Hello, my friends. Welcome to Citizen Central Podcast. This is your monthly stop at the talk shop where we get to talk about Star Citizen, what's been going on, and the big topics, really, of the game. And this month, we've got a good topic. I mean, it's December. It's the end of the year. It's time for us to look back and reflect a little bit on all of the different interesting things that have occurred this year, particularly when talking Star Citizen. Obviously, it's 2024. It was not a quiet year by any means, but Star Citizen had just all over the place, really. And some would say it's been a good year. Some would say it's been a terrible year, but I think all can agree that it is a year of things to talk about. So I brought 4 great people who make their own streams and videos about the game to talk about those exciting things. And hopefully you guys can enjoy the show. Thanks for coming, everybody. Let's listen to where everybody comes from, though. XeroState, first guest of the day. Introduce yourself. Tell us where you come from. Why are you here? What do you do?
I come from the snowy land of Minnesota, and it's cold. It's currently 3 degrees outside, Fahrenheit, which is chilly.
No.
And I stream a lot. I play a lot of Star Citizen, some other games, and really love the project. I backed it in 2013, in and out for many years. Came back, been a big part of the community, hopefully. I don't know. Wish for good things. I've been known by many names recently. Zero. Let me see. Wish.com Space Cutlet. The guy that I watch when Burks goes offline. A few others.
Twitch actually tells me that. It's like, hey, Burks is offline. Check this guy out. Wait, so I have always wondered this, though. Where does the hands joke come from with the Sulant, or what was it, the Santok Yai, I think? There was a joke about your hands using it.
I don't remember exactly the origin of it, but Jared picked up on it at one point. Okay. And so then it became a thing in the community. Okay. Because like the Sulan and the Cartual, they both have the ball that you grab onto. And I don't remember what I did or something where Jared picked up on it at one point and made fun of me in an ISC.
Well, yeah, I've talked to you many times and I know you for many different things, but for some reason, still, that's what I think of first when I hear your name, unfortunately. Well, that or either you're...
It was me fondling chip balls.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, or that you're online while Burks is offline.
Oh, okay.
Good memories, yeah. Ollie, my friend, thank you for joining me, man. How about yourself?
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here. I love talking about Star Citizen. Been doing it a while now. It's good. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, you do a whole bunch of gameplay videos. I think a lot of people know you for just getting out there and running generalized gameplay of Star Citizen and giving people a good look at it. But you came from other games before this, right?
Yeah, there are other video games, apparently. No way. Grand Theft Auto. I know. I've forgotten what they are now, though. Just Star Citizen. But yeah, no. GTA, I've been around a long time making videos. I think I'm approaching like 3,000 videos on YouTube, which is a lot of talking. A lot of me listening to myself talking. And I don't know if that's good for me. I don't know.
Dude,
but yeah.
It's like when YouTube tells you like how many hours of listening to you people have done. And it's way more hours than like what you had actually put out. You're like, this isn't okay. Almost feel like you should take it offline because it hurts the people to. Well, that's just me, I guess. You have an accent. People like that here.
Apparently, people tell me the accent is a thing. I don't hear an accent.
You don't hear an accent.
It's perfectly normal to me.
Yeah, that would make sense. Thank you for joining me, man. Appreciate you. CasaBlack. How about yourself?
Yep, I joined about almost 4 years ago now, and within my first year, I had already been making like guides for other survival games and things like that, and I liked the community so much and the project, and it was fun to follow, so I jumped in and started trying to make this something I wanted to do. Not full time because I do have a regular job, but just something to do. Pretty steady. I've enjoyed getting into the roadmap, which a lot of people know me for. Some people know me for my beginner guides. I just enjoy helping people try to get into the game, and lately it's been more of throwing up a shield to try to help new players not get so let down by what they're seeing, because some are new to this still and they believe everything they see at first or hear. So, just trying to keep expectations where they should be and, introduce new people to the game.
Even some of us not new people still believe just so much.
Some.
We've talked a couple times on the Launch Sequence podcasts, just recently actually, about roadmap changes and whatnot. I am very interested in hearing what you think of the upcoming year with the roadmap and the letter from the chairman and what he was saying. That'll be good to touch on. Yeah. Thanks for joining me, man. Griffin, my friend.
Hey, how are you? GriffinGamingRPG. I'm one of the co-producers with the Soul Citizens. We do various streams, community streams, and our own team streams on Sundays, Saturdays, and Thursdays. In fact, today is going to be the last of the Soul Voices series that we've been doing. We're going to be working on some new projects in 2025. But yeah, always happy to be here. Great conversations, great people to be here with today, and thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, man. Always good to have you. Always good to be on the Soul Citizens. I've got to get on another episode there soon, now that I'm finally back in the time zone with you guys. It's always that always causes so much difficulty in the summers, but looking forward to getting another show. Yeah,
we do our cycle. It comes around. Cool.
Well, thank you everybody for joining me today. We've got an interesting talk ahead of us because, like I said, 2024 is an opinionated year for this game. Obviously, expectations were set. I will come right out and say I don't think those expectations were met, but we still got to see some exciting stuff. So we're actually going to start by hitting the most recent thing that's been going on for folks, and that is 4.0. We were talking about this before the show. Let's get deeper into it. How has it been treating you so far? The big update, which they were able to get live-ish by the end of the year, and has been running for now, I think, about 48 hours-ish or so. 24 hours? No, yeah, 48 hours. What are you guys thinking? How's it treating you?
Not particularly well.
All right. All right. Elaborate.
Well, okay, so client performance is actually really good. Mm-hmm. The game is as gorgeous as ever, maybe more so than ever before. The sights and sounds are really cool. I think the music is great. A lot of really good upgrades there. So on a serious note, I mean, I joke about it, but my experience was an unpleasant one. I woke up in Area 18. I got out of a hangar on one account. I got into a black screen 30K. Couldn't get back in because the server was dead. It was either wait 20 minutes or switch accounts. I switched accounts, logged back into Area 18. My hangar was like quadruplicated with other people's hangars. So I had to wait in a queue of like 3 or 4. And when it finally opened my hangar, I tried to fly out and it kept teleporting me back to the ASOP terminals because it was like trespassing in other people's hangars. And that happened for an hour and a half. So there's no way out. Somebody tried to come get me. They got stored. Now they're stuck at Area 18 with me. Tried server hopping, went back to the other account. Finally got to do some NPC missions. It took me 6 hours to find any PvE content. My content is very much player bounty hunting. And every player bounty that I took didn't have a marker, or the player wasn't on the server, or as I took the mission, it disappeared. So I had a rough night. Not everybody had that experience. Some people had a much better experience, I think. But yeah, mine was not a great one. So.
As is always the case, it seems with Star Citizen, it's hit or miss, but the hits and misses are pretty hefty right now with 4.0.
Yeah, it's pretty extreme either way usually.
How about the rest of you?
I haven't hit it that much. I just came back from a cross-country tour, but I basically got in. I wanted to set up my hangar a little bit. I did that okay. Actually was able to leave. I didn't have any kind of duplicating hangars, and this was the first day, probably about 4 or 5 hours into the build. No, actually it's about 7 or 8 because it was the following day. But I got to where I needed to go, and then I had to go, so I logged out. But when I did come back, I started noticing things like trying to purchase drinks, that it was stalling, rolling, wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. Then I started hearing from other people in my Discord talking about, missions are having issues and things like that, where they're not populating, or there's only there's very little things to do, as far as missions and stuff. So I've definitely been hearing that there's some issues. Performance is supposedly doing pretty good though.
About the same story I've been hearing too, yeah. Missions are great because They offered some nice packaged gameplay that's easy for a newcomer to take without having to know much about the game, but when they break, kind of ruins a lot of the game. At least the sandbox gameplay is still there, but yeah, it's I would say my experiences have been similar. I've seen a lot of stability and been able to, like, frame rates were good. Server frame rates were actually pretty good. I only crashed maybe a couple times. Server crashes, not computer crashes. And like overall, I didn't have too many problems. Interaction lag wasn't too bad except for a couple of times, but there's definitely this sense of degradation, as there tends to be. And it sounds like it's gotten even worse just recently as of the recording of this podcast, where it's Saturday morning here on the west coast of the US. And apparently all missions have just stopped working. So
yeah, like 20 minutes ago, every server.
So we'll see what happens there. But it is an interesting situation because, as everybody has been talking about for weeks, if not months now, the anticipation leading up to every December is that there will be a patch that's left after the break to hopefully tide us over. Specifically with this year, it was like, oh, are they going to do it with 4.0? That would be crazy. And now we are 2 days into the break, and it's kind of like, okay, what's going to happen for the next 3 weeks? Is it can this fix itself? Obviously, there's somebody who's kind of running the back end and keeping things going at the office, but how many people will be there? How many things could they possibly fix during this time? When specifically by the day is most of the workforce going to be back in the office to like really tackle the patch? Is it January 5th? Is it the 7th, the 10th? Like, I think there's a lot of questions there too. But before we move on to that, Ollie and Griffin, want to give you guys time to share your experiences with 4.0, if you've had any particularly.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I don't know. I feel like I'm on a different server because I streamed like 6 hours, and it was only 4 hours into the stream where I fell through the planet. I think a lot of people have seen that before. I think I was on Monarchs or something, and I fell through the terrain. But up until that point, like you say, the client felt really good. The FPS in-game feels smoother because the server feels smoother. It's really weird. Like, I really noticed it on like recordings and stuff, but like the game felt great. I played the game. I could not believe I went from Area 18 to the jump tunnel, through the jump tunnel, did missions, went to a contested asteroid base, got some cool loot, did some missions. I was like 4 or 5 missions deep, and then I fell through the planet. So like, and then everybody, I think as the day went on, started to find issues, and I was just like, wow, okay, so maybe I was a bit of an isolated experience, but
no, I mean, I had a time that sounds like what you had. I think it just over the course of the day, it got a little bit worse.
Yeah. I mean, I have the benefit as I'm like up earlier before you guys, I suppose.
Yeah.
So I had a little bit more time on a fresher server.
Do you guys, have you noticed the quantum travel transitions any smoother in 4.0?
They had a hotfix that came out that was supposed to actually fix some of those issues and some other issues, except it made everything way worse. So like going to orbital marker, like I got a bug for a while where I got out of a station, and every single time that I quantum traveled anywhere, it would send me towards the Stanton Sun. Just turn me and send me in that direction.
Yeah.
I ended up having to re-verify my files, I think, and go back from hotfix back to 4.0 preview channel. And that seemed to help, but it's still a little goofy.
So I know about that one. I was asking though because there were a couple times when I came into a planet or a moon, and normally when I come out of quantum travel, it hitches like once or twice. But I think it was 2 or 3 times in a row where I came out and it was completely smooth. And I was like, whoa, quantum travel looks pretty cool. Because it just never works like that for me. So I was wondering if that was something that I just got lucky, or it was something that everybody was noticing.
I was having a thing just now, just before we jumped on, and I kept quantuming to Bloom, and I'd literally go through the planet and way past it like 70 GM. And I just could not get to Bloom. I was just like going around it. It's like, I just want to go to the damn planet. So yeah, I don't know. Weird stuff now.
That reminds me of when I used to play Elite Dangerous, and I would just super cruise past my destination over and over, because you kind of have to like manage your speed to come in at the right time, and I would just fly past where I was going over and over. Probably do that with Quantum Boost too. Griffin, how about your 4.0 experience? How's it been?
I'm somewhere between you and Ollie. The first couple of weeks, obviously, everything was rough and for everybody. Server errors popping up, things of that nature. But over the last week, it seems like things really evened out. We noticed that they were locking the server FPS was hanging around 28 to 30 consistently. Game frame rate was anywhere from 60 to 100. It just varied. Performance, I think everybody's saying that performance is definitely, we can see that it's definitely improved and a little bit more stable. I did run into the quantum marker issue, both just doing, orbital markers as well as doing a cross system where things kind of were off a little bit, particularly the orbital markers. They were really not doing well. Going down to the planets or the moons wasn't a problem, but if you wanted to go from a certain location to OM3 or to a station, sometimes it would turn your ship just in a different direction, and you'd land someplace different. I did do a contested zone, had a good experience in there. It was also interesting, and this is kind of indicative of the whole LOD thing with this thing. When you load into a station, in those early days, everything was just, frame rates were just terrible. Now when you load in, things load in very quickly, very smoothly. Eyes moving very smoothly. It's been a weird thing. This last week has just been a great improvement to me, and obviously there was a push for getting things done this week. To your point about CIG staffing, I think that we've seen this happen before, where there will be people still grinding at the wheel, especially when things aren't well during the holiday season. We don't have everybody there, but I think they'll continue to work on it to get it into a better state. I don't think they're going to let it sit, till next year. I don't think that would be good for them to do. To put in a little extra effort during the holidays might be a good thing for them. But that's been my experience so far.
Yeah, they can't just completely leave the office abandoned, right? Somebody's got to be there maintaining.
You got 3.24 now. You don't need to worry about it being broken.
Until that one also breaks, and then they've got to fix two live servers at the same time. No, I think there's. So you're speaking from the context of like 4.0 as it is. There's different ways to talk about Star Citizen. You could talk about it from the perspective of every game, or you could talk about it in the bubble that is Star Citizen performance. As far as Star Citizen performance goes, I would say 4.0 feels like a very, very big improvement on previous stuff. That, like, taking into account that we can't currently see missions, and there are some big bugs that are causing problems, but the things that you guys are talking about that have improved, like the frame rates, the stability, the reactiveness. I've noticed AI being a lot better in fights, particularly on the ground. Those things are steps forward for Star Citizen long term. But as far as the actual patch goes right now, it does sound like it's still in a state that maybe it's not the right time for people to jump back in if they've been waiting.
Yeah, I would say from a tech perspective, obviously server meshing. The player counts on servers are 500 to 600, right? So, or on shards, I should say. So, technically speaking, it's a ton of steps forward. Like I said, the server FPS because of more dedicated game servers, you're seeing higher server FPS as you go to a bunker, and the NPCs are really reactive, and it's challenging, and they're moving around outside. Lots of cool stuff. It's very difficult to tell a new player, like, yeah, right now, like today is a good time to get into Star Citizen, because they might not be able to leave their hangar. They might not be able to see any missions anywhere. Yeah. And it's like, don't even tell them to play, because who's playing a game like that? You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean it's not the right time until whatever is happening gets sorted out and some things smooth out, Yeah. So it's not, without being too harsh, I think the honest critique is I'm not going to tell a new player to play today,
I'll be harsh. Sorry, Ollie. I'm just going to say I'll be harsh. I would be in that category almost all the time up until now. Like, at any point in Star Citizen's history, more, I think, significantly recently with the tech stuff that's been changing, it's really hit or miss. If you tell, like, a lot of people have probably experienced this when you invite friends into the game and you've been having a great time and you invite that friend in and they come in and you get a Saturday, a couple hours aside, you're ready, it's going to be good, you're pumped. And then you hit every single glitch possible. And your friend is like, dude, this is crazy. I don't want to play this. This is nuts. but also you could have an amazing time. Your friend could be like, holy crap, I'm coming back to this. And I feel like that's what they're saying in this letter from the chairman. That's kind of what they're finally admitting is like, we want to give you guys more of a consistent experience that's impressive and good, because we realize that it is very up and down. And it's just, this is very indicative of it too. Sorry, Ollie, go ahead. I just wanted to get that out.
All I was going to say was, I feel like based on how when I played the server, it was so much better experience, and I feel like all the tech that's gone into this patch, when it works, I feel like if Star Citizen 3.24 can be this good and this bad, I feel like 4.0 is kind of like this. Like, the range has got more. Like, when it's going to work, I feel like it's going to be a better game than when we were at 3.23, 0.4, whatever. Because that experience I had in the morning was really good. But yeah, I feel like also server meshing just creates a lot more range of things going wrong, like markers and everything else that goes along with it. So I don't know. It seems like there's more things to catch, but the potential is obviously there.
As far as performance-wise, have you guys been surprised, whelmed, disappointed? Where did this land as far as the 4.0 release?
I was very happy in the morning, but I don't know if I'd be I don't know if I'd be happy now. I haven't really played since, so I feel like I need to go back in a second time tomorrow and see where we land. But yeah, my experience that morning it's amazing. It's the best patch ever. This is great.
Yeah. I spent about 5-6 minutes maybe circling checkmate and obituary each, just flying around them just to see what the performance was like with all the debris, all the particle effects, everything else. And I was surprised. The ship I was in, everything just ran extremely smooth. I visited some of the moons, the planets, same thing. I didn't have any of the unfortunate. I've heard a lot of people who've talked about falling through planets. I haven't run into that yet. I've seen server errors disappear for me. I know in the early weeks server errors were popping up from time to time. I haven't had one of those pop up all this week. So there's this feeling that they're making progress, not just because patches are coming out, but that the game just feels like there's progress. But then there are those other areas. Obviously, the players come to like missions and stuff that are broken, and that makes it hard for folks. I did a mission last night or night before last, cargo mission. The first one ran perfectly. 14 units of something somewhere, got paid, went behind to do the second one, brought all the units there, and out of 12 units, it accepted 2, and 10 it wouldn't accept for some reason. So one mission worked, the one right behind it didn't work.
Classic.
50-50. Yeah, so.
Reminds me of the box missions. Good. Jeez. Okay, well, that's some 4.0 talk, and we'll loop back around to that and how that's all been going. But I do want to get into the year behind us, because that's what this show is about. Really, I'd like to start by asking you guys, what was your thought coming into this year, 2024? Taking us back. This is like, we didn't have any of these CitizenCon advancements. We had seen CitizenCon, right? We knew all the things that were coming. They teased the things. Jared had his ISC where he said all this stuff's happening, preview channel, 4.0, this, that, in the summer. We hadn't been shown 323 yet, but we kind of knew that a lot of stuff was coming. So going into 2024, what was your expectations?
I think going into 2024, I kind of thought to myself, I'd be surprised if we see 4.0 in 2024. I'm not surprised by how we've seen 4.0 in 2024. Clearly, the last month has been a rush. Some things got kicked off 4.0, which is fine. That happens almost every patch. We're used to that. And it's fine in game dev. It's normal for things to get pushed for the sake of getting something done. But at the same time, I am surprised that it happened. But I'm not surprised by how it happened. I don't know if that makes any sense. So that's kind of my sentiment on it. It's just like it is a little surprising that they really did like quarter 3 and 4 really. They really did push pretty hard, and props to them for that.
When you say how it's happening, do you mean kind of the anxiety?
Yeah, like the last it's clear that the last month has been kind of like crunch, get this thing out. Somebody at some point, like up here in CIG, said, hey, 4.0 is going out before winter break. That's a goal. We're doing that. So you guys figure out how to do that. So all of the dev teams below that figured out how to do that. And then they said, let's leave 324.3 live because we don't really trust this patch to make it through the holiday break, you know? And we're kind of seeing that all missions have just stopped working on day 2. So you know, so, and it's all logical, and I'm glad that they did what they did. It was the best option they had, given clearly they had a directive. We're getting 4.0 out before the winter break.
Yeah. This is it's interesting because the whole we don't want a publisher thing was so that there wouldn't be rushed deadlines, mainly for the main game, the full game. Obviously, when you're in the midst of making a game, you can have your own internal deadlines that you push. But it is interesting to still see them struggling with those kinds of philosophies. Now, I think there is a very clear difference between, like I said, a full game being rushed and separate patches or updates being rushed. But I do wonder, what were the decisions? Was there pushback? Like, what was the internal feeling at the company surrounding the launch of 4.0? Because I'm sure this was a turbulent time for them. No pun intended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a difficult situation because you go, what a great goal. What a great goal to get 4.0 out this year. You know, that's an awesome goal. Yeah. But how that goal comes to be that's a challenge, you know? And the entire, like what I think I said this the other day, like the entirety of the gaming universe has accepted the idea that if you need to delay a patch to make it better, do that. Or if you need to delay a game to make it better, do that. We're all okay with it, you know? And developers, studios have had to fight tooth and nail for that right to, you know, because gamers didn't like that when it first started happening, and now we're okay with it. And now we kind of had this situation where it's like, we were really okay with you guys waiting. Why didn't you? So, and it's all internal decisions, but I mean,
we do say that, but I think there is a lot of anger about where is 4.0. And CIG is feeling it. They're feeling it. They're like, okay, people are getting unhappy. I'm not going to draw any conclusions about why money might be lower, or why people joining might be lower, or where it should be. That's a whole nother conversation. But if there is change, they're noticing it. And like this year has been a lot of people clamoring for 4.0. I mean, it's been 4 years of them talking about it now. So I do think that they had a lot of pressure this time.
I feel like CIG needed to get it out for their own sake because they're done talking about it.
Yep.
Like they've covered 4.0. They talked about the planets. They talked about, you know, the lore and stuff like that and the features. I feel like we can't fill another year of 4.0. I think that was the issue. It's like, well, we need to get it out because we need to talk about the next thing, which is probably base building or more systems. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but you even saw that CitizenCon, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't talk about Pyro.
Yeah. Pyro was a dead horse at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say leading into this year too, you know, CitizenCon last year was one of the first times that we'd heard CIG in a very long time spit out dates. They had stayed away from that. And the whole thing of within the next 6 months, you're going to see this. And by the end of the year, you're going to see that was something that they had been avoiding. So I felt that their commitment to that was important, that they had put that out there. And I also agree that, you know, the road to 4.0 was starting to wear its wear. It needed to come out. It's interesting though, because to Zero's point, there are some people who felt very much so that, you know, we're big boys, we can wait. We're big girls, we can wait. But there were a whole lot of people on the other side too who were like, where is it? You know, I want Pyro, I want server meshing. And they always have to walk a tightrope as far as I'm concerned when it comes to this. Even in this particular case with the 2 lives, which I'm sure you're going to talk about later. You know, there's some question about why did they do that? If it's not ready, they should have waited. But then they give you the option to play 324 if you want, and they give you the option to play 4.0, and we're still not satisfied. When do we ever get a push for a major patch like a 4.0? Do we really expect that everything's supposed to work? I mean, really? Is that the expectation that it was supposed to come out with no
missions to work
problem?
when a patch goes live, but that's just me.
Well, I agree.
Or getting out of my hangar, or
Hey, at least you spawn in your hangar.
But that absolves the idea of a test environment, right? If it's not a test environment, and we know that in order for us to find that real work, it has to go out to everybody live. It doesn't get fixed in PTU. It doesn't get fixed in a preview channel or a tech preview. It gets fixed when everybody jumps in. That's the only way we get past the hurdles that happen. So it's a frustrating space, is my point. I'm not disagreeing with you about the expectation, but it puts us in a really 50-50 thing. If we don't put it out and the holidays are here and people just bought all this stuff during IAE and they've got time off from work and they were expecting to play it, and all of a sudden we say it's not going to come out till January or February, you guys know our community. They'd have lost their minds. So
I think
either way it goes.
You guys are both right there. They needed to have it out because they're not going to get the numbers in PTU. They need to test this, and with progression, they will. And when it's in this preview live, but also there is like a bar. we should be able to run the missions to test those.
There's a percentage of
them.
like how many times can you jump out of a hangar? Like if the percentage of times is like less than 90% of the time, it's not cooked enough. Put it back in the oven.
Yeah.
I think my counterpoint to that only is this something that couldn't have happened after the break? You know what I mean? Like, to rush it out before the winter break is a little like it's gonna go live someday, right? Like that, we know that. Why do we have to have the player concurrency on the live servers, which of course does stress things. Like, you're absolutely right, it does stress things in a certain way that helps with testing. But that could have happened after the holiday break too, and it would have been the same situation, except everybody from CIG would have been in the office to triage things rather than on holiday break, which I think is a better option. But yeah, I mean, I see that point too of like, it's got to come out sometime, and
the less delays, the better. I mean, and that's not universal. I'm not saying that's something they should always say, but for this particular patch, the way that I'm looking at it is like, this patch is either going to come out now, or they're going to release it as the Q1 patch in March, more likely April. So are we going to get a bunch of data now when technically they can get data from people playing the game while the people aren't in the office, versus the people could be in the office while they release it and we're playing it, but like them being in a lot of those people being in the office doesn't actually make a difference, in my opinion. It's probably coming down to like a handful of people, a couple dozen people who can truly make the difference as to how the PU is running at the moment. So technically the other hundreds of people being gone is kind of like efficient in my mind. I don't know. I'm not saying that it has to happen right now. I just feel like if they had waited to try and do this in March or maybe even February, we'd still be in March or February looking at a kind of broken 4.0 and thinking, okay, now they've got to fix whatever problems they've come up with here, and we're just 2 months later than we would have been.
I want to say this too. I agree with, there are expectations that we should have. I think it's very frustrating. I think you guys were talking about this earlier when a new player comes in, and even us old players. If you log in and you can't get out of your hab, that's frustrating. If you log in and the hangar door doesn't open, that's frustrating. And I think those are the things for me that I think should be as close to being fixed as possible. But when the deeper you get into the game, when things start to pop up, especially after they explain the way missions are doled out, I think the mission aspect is still a very difficult thing, which is why it probably broke when everybody came in, because it's the weekend. And I don't know if we would have gotten that same type of response if it stayed in PTU. And I know it's unfortunate. I don't get me wrong. I want the game to be as playable and stable as possible. But I don't know. I still think it's just a tough decision. And I know some people felt it was being driven by, so that CIG could say they got it out at the end of the year, and that may be the case. I don't work there. But I just felt like they had a commitment that that's what they wanted to do. I think, Zero, you gave the example of how they said this is what we want to do. I think the departments came back and said this is what will not fit in if we're going to go by the end of the year. That's why we lost some items, and they pushed for it. So
it's
it is good. I was just going to say, they had, by the end, before they released yesterday, an open PTU. So my question is, why did it break when it went to live?
Because people don't play the PTU.
Way more people.
Way more people.
But my question generally to you guys is like, why do people not want to play PTU? Is it just because people have an expectation of live working better than PTU?
I think they see it. Yeah, they see it as the actual game. Okay. A lot of people don't care about not getting to play the actual game itself.
Which is the exact same reason why when people condescendingly say, just go play 324.3, I go, shut up. You're not helping anybody. There's no progression. Nobody's playing it. Nobody wants to play it. You're telling me to go play the old PTU.
Yeah, they've now switched places now. Yeah.
So, it's like...
Okay, but Zero, just go play 324, dude.
How dare you?
So, you guys' expectations this year were mainly driven by 4.0. Was there anything else that you were really like looking for this year that maybe would have deemed it a success or would have made it the proper year for you outside of 4.0?
Are you saying something that we didn't get or something?
Either. Something we didn't get, something we did. Just in general, like what you were looking forward to.
I think I'm a little bit disappointed by the strides in reputation, or the lack of strides in the reputation system maybe this year a little bit. I know that, there's always the future and everything, but it's like, man, reputation is it can be such an intricate, deep part of the game, especially with 4.0. It would have been nice to kind of see a little bit more of the design and the plan, at least for here's exactly how the reputation system is going to work, either when 4.0 comes out or as we implement that after 4.0 comes out. Like, here's what you're going to see from the reputation system with all these pyro gangs and with all these, the Stanton security contractors and all these other mission givers. And it just feels like we kind of haven't seen that. Like, reputation doesn't always work with missions. It's kind of arbitrary. It doesn't seem to stop you or give you a whole lot more as far as missions are concerned. And it just doesn't feel exciting. And it would have been kind of cool to have some excitement around that towards the end of the year, I guess, for me.
Yeah, you've got a good point there. Reputation has been a struggle. I know that they worked on it and got it implemented initially, and then they like didn't have a team for a couple years, and the mission team picked it up a couple years ago, and it felt like we were going to start to see it take a big effect this year with like Reputation, Hostility, and 323. But then it turned out that was just preparation for the 4.0 edition, which we're only just now seeing now. And it sounds like only 2 of the gangs in Pyro actually function inside of that reputation system. Almost like they're testing it, not quite applying it to the whole game.
Yeah.
Has anybody experienced
I'm glad
it?
It doesn't really work right now. Because when the mission fails, because the server 30Ks or whatever it is, or the box goes through the floor, and I lose rep, and then I lose access to the mission. Or bounty hunting, for example, you try and do your certificates or whatever, and then you have to then do it again because the guy just didn't appear or whatever, and you have to abandon the mission or something. So they need to get that working before it actually matters in the game.
Yeah.
Because that's a huge pain in the bum.
Yeah, but man, the reputation would make such a big difference to this game. I mean, even the way we look at Pyro, people think it's a lawless murder hobos, run free and do whatever they want, and there's just no rules whatsoever kind of thing. But the reputation system is supposed to allow the gangs to still, enforce some kind of rules, and that would make a big difference to an expansion like Pyro coming into the game versus the way it is now.
Yeah, I think the idea behind Pyro has always been, people kind of see it as like, oh, it's a free-for-all. It's like, it's totally anarchy. And it's like, technically speaking, that's true. But the reality is, they've done a pretty good job of building a lore where you go to Pyro and like, yeah, there's no UEE, there's no crime system, there's no security, there's, none of that. But there's still people who are in control of different places, and you have to live in that space, right? Where you're the politics of it all. It's just a different type of politics, which is more interesting because you're dealing with gangs. You're dealing with, Rough and Ready or, whatever it is. And it's like the headhunters, etc. And it's kind of, I don't know, it just feels like if that was there, there'd be kind of that more depth of excitement, If Pyro feels, in some ways, it feels like kind of that mile wide, foot deep kind of gameplay right now, because we're kind of lacking that depth of like, how can I dig into the politics of this system?
Yeah, and that is a very exciting angle for it. How about the rest of you in terms of expectations for this year outside of 4.0?
I had one, which I was hoping for, and CIG never really gave us a metric, but that was going to be the server cap. The amount of people playing seemed to the increase. And at one point they were kind of hovering around that 370 number, and I kept hoping they would at least get to 500, but it was nice to see that they've been around 500 to 600. And I feel it at certain places where I go to where there are more people. So I like seeing live activity in the game. Beyond just NPC activity. So I'm glad that they were able to get the server cap up a little bit higher, and hoping that they can go higher past this number even. So
yeah, This is it's if anything else with 4.0 going live, this is the biggest jump in player cap we've ever seen. We went from 25 to 50, 50 to 100. Next step would have been you expect 200, but now we've jumped to 5 and don't know where it's going from there. But it's nice to be able to look at. I mean, not even that. In what was it, Evocati? I think we saw 2,000 people in the same shard. So like this year will definitely be remembered as the year that Star Citizen finally began to achieve real numbers. They're still not big like people are expecting, but yeah, it's a step up this year.
It really accelerated as well. Like I remember when we all got excited. Oh, 100 players in the server. That's pretty cool. And now, like, we were toying with the idea of, between 500 and 1,000 plus or whatever. So it's pretty cool. That is something in of itself.
Expectations have really risen since then too. Over the last couple of years, people are expecting this game to make a lot faster progress, which I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little. I was really hoping we'd see the Vault weapons.
Okay.
Got out the Vault guy.
I'm still holding out hope that those are like some rare loot somewhere in Pyro that nobody's found yet, just a surprise. That'd be so cool. But yeah, I mean, kind of wild that we got that whole Inside Star Citizen episode about all those weapons, and then I don't think most of them showed up. Did any of them show up in Pyro? Does anybody know?
Where's my crossbow?
I don't even think we got that weird multi-tool kind of SMG thing. Yeah.
4.1.
Yeah.
That would have made for good loot. You say 4.1, man. I don't like where. I particularly was really hoping for a quantum travel rework this year, and I'm very disappointed we didn't see that, because I think that's another thing that really hurts the experience. You hear a lot of people say like, "Oh, the new star map is good, but it's still the same system we're using to get around it." And I think that system, that update people are looking for, is the quantum travel update, because not only that, but quantum boost. Not having to slow boat to a random mission objective, being able to just like jump to and from places. And it looks like even quantum boost is basically going to work in atmosphere. So being able to get out of atmosphere faster, just a very nice, both big update, but also quality of life improvement that I thought they would do this year, but did not happen.
We did get the Polaris though, so.
We did get the Polaris. John did say it's coming at IAE, and it will come at IAE. I really wish that some of the other things in game were like the ships. They just reliably shot.
The captain's quarters were locked.
Are they still locked?
No,
they're open now, but it was just like a weird thing that came out, but you can't get in the captain's quarters. I assume it's because it wasn't finished or it hadn't been signed off and they needed to ship it. I assume.
Yeah. It's just
a weird thing because it's not a big room.
Finishing things up. All right, so moving past expectations, follow-up question to that is, what would you have considered to make this year a success? And I think a lot of people expect an answer, so feel free to give that answer, but I want to hear your guys' personal opinions on what would make this year a success for CIG.
Stable 4.0. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like if we all got into Pyro and it was stable,
I think that
would be a success. That was the goal, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good one. That's fair. Anybody else? Any mentions of Squadron 42? Nobody cares.
No, I think we all we've seen we're gonna see about Squadron 42 until kind of till it's done.
Yeah, some people were hoping for some better news on a release date, I think.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, some folks were hoping they were going to be like, okay, Squadron 42 is coming out in a couple of weeks. Marketing campaign starting here at CitizenCon. Like a 2024 release.
I think if 4.0 smooths out fairly, like either during the break or shortly thereafter the holiday break, then I would consider 2024 at least a marginal success. I think for me, I got really fatigued with seeing new ship after new ship after new ship after new ship this year. It just felt like they were pumping them out, and I'm like, dude, there's a huge backlog of ships. Like, I know that like they have, they have like the teams work on certain piles of ships at once, like different manufacturers or whatever that they have all the assets for. But it's just like, man, it fatigued me. Like by the end of it, I think the Guardian got announced or whatever, and I just literally in my head, and it's a Guardian Q. I'm a bounty hunter, right? It has a QED. It should be exciting to me, and I'm like, another ship, like less of a focus on that, and more of a focus on things like reputation or things like, whatever. And I know it's different teams that do different things, but it just feels like the front-facing focus of
go back and play 324-0. Geez.
I know. But I mean, what I mean to say is like the front-facing focus of the company seems to have been like, here's our new ship, here's our new ship, here's our new ship, and it's like, I just want to watch an ISC that doesn't announce a new ship.
They were very focused on sales this year, which is interesting because they didn't really add to the backlog too much. Like, we're not seeing concept sales.
Yeah, there's been a lot of straight to flyable, which is nice.
Yeah, it's
or,
been
or like near flyables,
It's like 2018, but replace all of the concepts with straight to flyables.
Fine by me, as long as they keep working on the concepts at some point. But at the same time, like, I don't care about another combat ship. I just want the game,
Yeah, that's the problem. You have so many ships. You just don't have nothing to do with these ships sometimes.
Right.
Well, and at some point, like, we've got like 150 ships now or whatever it is. It's like all these ships are going to have to be gold standarded probably twice more before the game is 1.0.
Dude, that's the big problem.
And it's like engineering has to get done for all these ships. Like, armor has to get applied to all these ships at some point. And it's like, you're just making yourself way more work selling these things now. And I know it's part of the funding, and I know it's like a big part of the development, but at the same time, it's like, what's the end game with making more and more and more ships, And I don't know if there is one.
I just sometimes I do wish they didn't do straight to flyables quite so much,
as
and
opposed
they
to
threw in more like, actually we finished X ship, or we actually delivered the ship that we promised.
more of the backlog ships.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like, I don't know about me, but I can imagine a lot of people who backed those original concepts are like, well, okay, you brought out a ship, you've been working on the ship for a whole year, the Zeus, for example. But what about the other ship that was like 4 or 5 years ago that you said you'd be working on? Couldn't you allotted that time for that ship?
The problem with that is,
sorry,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I can imagine people getting quite upset about that.
Yeah, Venom Merchantman fans out there, where you at? Writhing in your chairs as you listen. Though the problem with that is like picking the ship that has the gameplay that works that they can do, because you can pick a ship from the list, and I think there are a couple for sure that they could work on, but a lot of them are just really specialized at this point.
The Reclaimer came out, and that didn't have any gameplay for a long time.
Yeah, and that was I think, cool. Why they're not doing it ananymore.
Yeah.
Was there? Well, I don't know if I was around when that ship came out. Was there backlash on when that ship came out without it working?
No, because it came out at a time where it didn't matter. But it was released for its hype. Obviously, it was a cool ship. People really wanted it. But I think what everybody realized, including them, when Salvage was being worked on, was that like they got screwed releasing that without knowing how the gameplay was going to work. And if they do that with a bunch of other ships like the Endeavor or the Odyssey or the Galaxy or something, they don't want to have to deal with that again. So it kind of depends, because like I'm like, dude, give us the Ranger, but then they have to work on two-wheel physics and stuff. I think the one thing that they really don't have an excuse for not delivering is the G12 right now.
Yeah.
Origin.
Well, one thing you'll notice that CIG does a lot of is they made like the Scorpius, right? So then not that long afterwards, we got the Scorpius Antares, right? And they take assets, and this is a good thing, right? Their teams take an asset from one ship that they built. They've got logos, they've got panels, they've got seats, they've got like walls, they've got archways, they've got doors, they've got all sorts of things from this ship. And they take that and they put it in a different ship. Polaris, right? RSI ships. So kind of their focus, like for a while, was Drake ships, Corsair, cutters, various Cutlass variants, Vulture. Like these things were all worked on in packs. And so they take the assets that they have for a certain ship manufacturer to get that aesthetic, and they kind of plant that in a section of development. So we saw Drake ships being developed for a long time. We've kind of been seeing RSI ships being developed for a while. We've seen some variants come out, like the Metapin, and things like that. So I don't know. It's logical, but at the same time, it creates a situation where it's like, man, I really wish that my Banu merchantman would get worked on, but there's no teams working on Banu ships right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, if they said, hey, here's a straight to flyable Banu ship that's coming out next year, that means they're probably working on some assets for Banu ships, and there's a higher chance, I'm not saying it's for sure, but there's a higher chance that they're working on things like the merchantman, you know? So that's kind of how I see it when I see one, like a straight to flyable ship come out from like Drake or something. I'm like, all right, there's a team working on Drake ships right now. They've got a lot of Drake assets that they just built. I would expect to see this year to see 1 or 2 more Drake ships come out. So that's kind of a hint, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. To your point,
like Misk. Misk has been a recent focus.
Yeah.
The Mirai ships get Misk, a lot of Misk parts. The Star Lancer, right? So they could be doing reworks for freelancers. They could be doing more Misk ships. There's at least one team that has a bunch of Misk, what's the word? Stuff. And they have that in their pocket to use, and it's current, you know?
Yeah, it sounds like you're looking for a coherent full game strategy there, and I feel like
unbelievable. I know,
just starting to get to
today's day and age.
But you can see that too with the
as well. Like the C1, A1, and they did the Intrepid.
Yep, the Crusader ships were a focus for a while. Absolutely, yeah.
You can see that though, even with the messaging on the letter from the chairman, like that Chris is saying, like they are starting to try and switch more towards what you would expect from a normal game environment, the way it's delivered and produced. That's something that I'm working on a video right now that's sort of showing not only Rich Tyrer's influence on the development of the game, but also how he's kind of a product of just the company changing. And one of the things he said multiple times throughout his period of like talking about what he wants to do with the game and how it's changing with the things he's doing is he mentions how things used to be developed with the feature teams and the content teams and how they were kind of disconnected. And he specifically says it's not really traditional. Like, this is the only company I've seen where they do that. But then he'll also later on be like, so now we're switching to this format where all of these developers will be together in their teams and more focused and insular and communicative in between them. Something that's a little more traditional. And you can hear that, like those sorts of comments, the letter from the chairman with Chris, even the kind of packaging of ships together, it all sounds a little bit more like a cohesive
plan
push, to get the game developed. I hope that's the case. I know there are also undertones there that people aren't necessarily excited for, but it does seem like that's kind of pushing progress forward. That's something else that I think I'd like to talk about, maybe a little bit more controversial, but there's been a lot of moving around and reshuffling around the company over the last year. Layoffs, people moving around, people joining in. Have you had any like general thoughts on that? I don't want to put you on the spot because I know that kind of stuff can be a beacon, but just interested in hearing your thoughts on how they've been maneuvering through all that. You don't have to be super excited to answer that.
It's always interesting because what we hear about are the things such as people leaving or layoffs, but we don't hear about the hirings, right? And it's very easy to think that, I don't know, people are always waiting for the sky to fall in some form, or that that's some sign of failure or on the area of growth for the company. Many of the people who, like last year, end of last year, there were announcements, and Todd Pappy and a group left then. This year, same thing. We get to the end of the year, we've got some other people who, once again, are leaving. We also know that CIG has been doing a big push for their employees to move to Manchester, and there have been people who've said, I loved working for the company, but I didn't want to move to Manchester. They've got 60 slots of people that they want to hire on their listing right now. The ship team, I think, correct me if I'm wrong if anybody remembers if this is right, but their ship team has grown from 25 last year to 50 now. So there's movement, and it's like there are people who come and go at the company all the time, and they're not always faces that we know. And then there are people who get hired all the time who are faces that we don't know. So it's part of the norm. And considering what some of the other companies, gaming companies, have done with major losses, I think CIG has kind of navigated fairly well. Not everybody's leaving because of something bad. Not everybody's leaving because of something good either. But I just think that it's a part of the rotation there. I don't see it as any red flag that the company is in dire straits or people are unhappy, because there are plenty of employees who post afterward and say that they've enjoyed their time working with CIG and they wish them the best, and they're going to continue keeping up with the company. So It's always going to be somebody who's going to feel otherwise, but
I think it's subjective too. Like, I mean, any company you've worked for, if you've worked for a big company, people come and go. There's different reasons. And when I seen that, there were some people, I think it could have been QA people that were let go recently. I was like, okay, if there was a big push, sometimes they get more QA in there to test things out. And QA is not necessarily one of the top tier jobs that you're going to see either. So you're going to see things like people that are getting let go that, and of course some of those people might be salty, but again, you don't know the whole you don't know the whole story behind everything. So I didn't really take much stock into that. Todd Pappy was a bit of a surprise, but even him leaving and, or because he didn't want to, I guess he had made the move to Manchester, but then it didn't work out. I mean, my wife's company, literally, they just had this year to where people that were in certain levels of management, if they didn't want to move to Salt Lake City, they were going to have to find another job. So it's not like it's just, CIG or just, it's localized to just them. It happens all over. It's just the reality of business these days.
To be honest, I don't think they've been hit as hard as I expected. After, they had an insane, if you look at their funding, their explosion in 2020 was insane. And it wasn't just because of COVID. That was also the year they got persistence working. So the game was just more fun. People were more interested in playing it. I mean, we were just talking about it. People will play 4.0 live instead of PTU because there's progression. People like progression. So when they added progression in 2020, it exploded. Like they almost doubled their funding, and they did it for a couple of years. So when it got to this point, it's a little bit stable, but it's also like I didn't think that they would be able to keep growing like that. And I don't actually know where they are for this year. I think they've fallen a little bit short of last year, and I don't think that's a big deal, but it is worth noting that they, over the last 5 years, have gone from about 500 to 600 employees, I think, to over 1,000. They've purchased 2 different studio locations, I believe. They moved into a new location in Austin. They got a location in Manchester, and they moved into a location in Frankfurt.
Yeah, Germany.
Yeah. So they had 3 locations. They acquired Turbulent in Montreal. They're running an MMO environment year round. They are also running a test environment for a lot of that year, and they're trying to pay all these employees. Like, they're spending a lot of money. So it makes sense that they're changing a lot, they're moving around a lot, and they also consolidated studios, like you said, Casa, moving people over both to get tax breaks, to consolidate more teams together, like Rich was saying, and to probably just kind of take advantage of better efficiency. So there's a lot of movement, but there is also the possibility, it depends on who it is that's moving. Developers moving, junior developers moving is one thing that might be a big skill loss, but senior developers, directors, and people moving could be philosophy changes. And I'm wondering if you guys see any of that.
It's hard not to notice. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard not to notice that we haven't heard from Tony Z in a while. Long while. It's hard not to notice that the Master Modes ISC, where they talked about like how they're going to change the flight model again in a pretty significant way. Yogi wasn't a part of that ISC, the champion of Master Modes for the last several years. So there's some oddities. I think it was Roger Godfrey just announced on Twitter like 2 days ago that he was leaving.
Yeah.
And he was very grateful, talked about all of his experiences and those things. So it's like, it's not a lot of like bombs going off, but there is some like kind of shifts that we haven't seen in a few years, And I think that also, going back to like laying off teams or like, sizing changes and stuff. I work at a hospital, and anytime we have a big project, we hire a lot of extra contractors. Now they're contractors, so it's a little different. But when that project's done, those contractors have to go find a new job. There's nothing for them to do here anymore. They might get hired on the next contract, because it's a hospital. They're always doing something. But it's the same kind of concept. It's a company. You're not just going to keep. This sounds mean, but you can't keep somebody around if you don't have something for them to do. So there are times where that restructuring is just part of normal business, People talked a lot of guff about how they were working 7-day weeks before SitCon this last year. And I just saw it as fairly normal business practices. I've been at the hospital where I've been asked to work 65, 70 hours in a week. And it is what it is. Sometimes the landscape you're in at your job dictates that a little bit more has to happen, and as long as you're compensated for that, fair play, you know. I didn't really see a problem with that at all. I didn't see that as like abusive work practice. People lost their minds about that, and it's like that happens in every business, construction, IT. I mean, it's commonplace. It's development. It happens at development studios all the time. We just hear about it because it's fairly transparent. So I don't see a lot of big alarm bells going off. There are some oddities in the last like 6 months, I guess, in particular. You know, between like Todd and some other things that I've noticed, but that doesn't mean it's like big red flags and alarm bells yet.
I hear a lot of talk in the industry about, we see this happen where a game finishes up and a lot of people get laid off. It takes a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and people to make a game doesn't take as much to maintain or run it. So you're basically, you launch your game and you keep the skeleton crew on to keep it going and maybe build some DLCs. Could it be that we're seeing something like that as we finish up a chapter for Star Citizen, getting to 4.0? Obviously, Roger was working on server meshing, so getting that working could be like he's like, hey, dude, peace out. I'm done. I did my word.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I think part of it is Squadron 42. Like, it's one company making two games, too.
Right.
So it's like if you have a bunch of Squadron 42 QA testers, however many that might be, and Squadron 42 is feature complete, like, you're still going to need the QA testers, but the point is you have people doing things with Squadron 42, and then you announce that Squadron 42 is feature complete, and then your entire player base is surprised that you've let a few people go. It's like, well, we finished the stuff they were working on.
Yeah,
they don't have anything to do for that game anymore. You know, maybe not QA is a bad example, but you get my point. So it's like restructuring and stuff like that absolutely happens as as progress happens. It's not you're not always going to keep the exact workforce that you had, especially in something like game dev.
Okay.
I think high level changes as well is always a good thing, because it's good to have fresh minds take a look at issues and problems and take a look at it at a different angle. New ideas for things that have been stuck or whatever. So it's a shame to see people that have been around for a long time leave, for sure. But equally, like you say, I don't think it's alarm bells. I think it's just standard life. People change. People want to do different things. People have done the project for 10 years and they want to see something else. So I don't see an issue with anything.
Okay.
People leaving and whatnot.
There's also the whole thing, I hear this talked about with companies, where like the person who's good at taking a company from 0 to 100 employees is not the same person who's good at running a 2,000 person version of that company. Like you kind of, you have people who are good at certain things, you silo those responsibilities off, and then when they're done, you pass that on to somebody else who can take over from there. That could always happen, not saying it is, but when you think about that in terms of who's running a business, it could also happen in terms of who's running a team or something. CasaBlack or Griffin, you guys have any thoughts on the way the teams and the structure of CIG has changed over the year?
Not really. I know there was one person that was part of the team that did like salvaging and stuff, and now we're seeing Torsten has kind of taken that role. I believe that's the one thing that I noticed, that I can't remember the guy's name, but he's no longer there. So that was kind of like seeing Torsten move up. I like his work and stuff, so that was pretty cool. But that was like one of the big ones that I noticed.
Dan Truffin?
Yes. Yep. Dan. Yep. Yeah.
Dan was actually he was kind of heralding the resource network when they were first starting to show that off.
Yes. Yep. He was.
Yeah. That is a bummer to see go. But there's been several people, like, is it Mark Abend was another one that people were really sad to see leave. He was a few years back, I think. But and then he showed up randomly during IAE this year. Griffin, how about you? What's your feelings?
Oh, I was the one who opened up on this, but
right.
Like I said, Paul Jones. I mean, I think part of the thing too is that a uniqueness about Cloud Imperium is the effort that Disco has done to introduce us to the devs. Yeah. And I think subconsciously we bond with these folks, and there's a dynamic of, I hate to use this word, but there's a dynamic of trust after a period of time, after years of watching these people. And when they leave, we actually feel it. It's and don't get me wrong, there's those nameless people that we don't know who leave all the time too. But I know when Paul Jones left, it felt weird, but then there are the people like Sean Tracy's and others who've been with the company for literally 14 years and been with Chris for over those period of times. So, again, I think XeroState's point on it is really good. I think DK Wildcat talked about that he's a software engineer and he's put in 105 hours in 2 weeks. I mean, there's that other side that we don't hear about, so it's difficult to, like I said, I don't want things to be a red flag unless we see reasons. I mean, I think there would be evidences of other things that we would see if the company's not doing well or if there's dissatisfaction at a large level with the company. But I think CIG has pushed through, particularly through COVID. They were one of the companies, because of their structure, with the remoteness of their work and everything else, and there's different studios that pushed through where a lot of companies struggled. So,
want to make a correction there. I meant Paul Jones, not Mark Haven. You reminded me right when you said that. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about the way things have gone this year. I personally think that they have shifted a little bit more towards a little bit away from a systemic, let everything boil and figure out how it's going to work on its own approach, more towards a gamey, we're going to set things up so that they do work the way we want it kind of thing, I don't want to say the whole, we're going from sim to gamified approach sort of thing, but I do think that they have decided to move a little bit more away from systemic approaches to things in order to make sure that stuff actually works for the game. And I'm not sure if that's a employee thing, a philosophy thing. I don't know if that's like a Chris thing or what, but it might just be a deliver the game more quickly kind of thing. But I do think that's something I'm kind of noticing a little bit. I don't know how far it's going to go, but that's my take on that. Thank you guys for your thoughts on it, though. Let's talk about ships throughout the year. I know this is probably XeroState's favorite part. He was really excited about ships just constantly coming in throughout the year. But if you did have to pick a ship that stood out to you, that you would want to see come quickly, or maybe that already did come quickly, but you think was a really good addition this year that made a lot of sense from CIG, what was it?
Not the ES.
The Zeus ES?
Yeah, not the. I mean, there's no exploration gameplay to speak of.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll think on it.
I like the ES. I like the Star Lancer. For me, it came at a perfect time whenever I started doing cargo hauling with 324, and then I wanted something that was a little bigger than a Taurus, but not quite Hercules size. And so that came for me like at the perfect moment. I was telling people I wish they have a ship like this, and boom, it dropped. So I was pretty happy with it, even though I'm not a huge Misk fan, but it does its job.
I think the Metapin was a welcome surprise. I enjoyed that ship a lot. It was really fun to spawn it, and it all just worked, and it looked really nice.
What do you like about it?
The rumble seat. No. I mean, it's a unique, it's like something that people have been asking for years, and we just didn't really hear anything about it. And then all of a sudden it was like, cool, it's here. It was a cool surprise. I think the community universally pretty much likes it. And it adds like a significant amount of gameplay, because one of the other parts is like people are flying the Pisces Medical a lot, Cutlass Reds, that kind of thing. And it just kind of adds, like, it's like having another mining ship. Like if another mining ship came out tomorrow, it would have a similar effect, It would just kind of be like, everybody liked this. When you're playing like Skyrim, and it's like everyone liked that or whatever. It's just something that makes everybody feel good. It's a good addition, and I enjoyed that ship a lot.
It kind of got overshadowed by the Intrepid coming out, huh?
Speak of the devil, that was the one I was gonna pick.
Okay.
I know some people hate the Intrepid, but I've never had a daily driver. I've got a lot of different ships, but never one that I would consider a daily driver. But that one for me fell into that category. And I know there's a lot of controversy about it, but for me, as soon as I saw it, that whole aesthetic thing was just the gun thing. And the ship to me just fit right into that area. For what the Cutter is to a lot of other people, that's what the Intrepid became for me. So.
Same kind of energy. Cool. The Cutter is still, the Intrepid, I like the Intrepid. It does make the Cutter seem that much more impressive for what it is. But I agree with you there. And I think it's funny that the Intrepid overshadowed the Metapin, because the Metapin is probably the more universally loved ship. But I think a lot of people almost expected it. Like it was so obvious a good choice, and so many people wanted it, that when CIG announced it, people were just kind of like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they do that? But yeah, it was a good call on their part. Casa, how about you?
I said Starlancer, so.
Oh right, yeah. That is
like the
good ship.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I actually really like the Guardian. I know it's another combat ship, but it's such a cool looking ship, and there was two things that was gonna be like, no, I don't like this ship. First one was the feet, because I don't like how the Nomad sits without feet. It's just weird.
Yeah,
it just needs a landing. That bothered me. And the other thing was when I saw it in ISC, I really was convinced, oh, it's not going to have an interior. That's such a disappointment. It's going to be another Fury, and I'm not going to be able to bedlog it and whatever. So when I got in the game and it looked as cool as I hoped it did, and it had an interior and it had feet, I was all in, because it looks cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, I watched your video on it. Seeing you discover the interior was fun. My experience was similar. That ship has a lot more interior space than I thought it would. I will probably surprise some people, but I actually think one of my more exciting ships this year, I won't say it's the most exciting, but the Ironclad is just fits a really good spot in my mind for like just being in the game. I actually want to see NPCs flying Ironclads around, because they seem like they'd make for a really good sort of like FPS level or just general thing in the fiction. But gosh, I don't know how long it's going to take for them to make that. They said they're working on it next year.
I'm fairly sure that it's called the Iron Chad. I might be wrong about that.
Yes.
I think
that's
true.
Also known as the Fatterpillar.
Yep.
It's a nickname.
Yeah, so good.
That's a cool ship. They're definitely seeming to focus more on large ships, which is fun, but we'll see how that works out for them.
No one said the Polaris. Interesting.
Yeah, it's old news now.
Sorry,
nobody cares about
such a big ship.
Yeah, it's not a flyable Idris, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's what is it? Because the torpedoes don't work extremely well. It's not super interesting, I think, to a lot of people at the moment, but I still think it's a great home base kind of ship. I'm going to take that.
Yeah, I think it's a ship for. I think it's such a ship for org gameplay that it's difficult to see it from a solo player perspective, or just from like what's your favorite ship, Because like my favorite ship is a ship that I can use, right? It's just where my brain goes. But if you ask the question like, what is a ship that your org is most excited about? I think a lot of us probably would have said Polaris.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I want to go back to something you said, Ollie. You mentioned bedlogging in The Guardian, and that is, I think, one of the big revelations of this year that they haven't. It almost feels like when they first unveiled the idea that they would have character-focused skills of like, oh yeah, you'd work on something and it would boost your character skills. And people were like, wait, what? And it was a topic for 2 weeks, and then everybody we don't talk about it because they don't bring it back up. And I feel like it's the same with this whole idea that they're like, oh yeah, you guys are going to eventually be able to log out and in anywhere. It's not linked to beds or habs or anything like that. What do you guys think of that move going forward and that change to the game?
I think, first of all, the change they made with 4.0 and you spawning in the hangar is amazing from a content creator perspective when I want to make a video and I don't want to record me going to my ship for the 40th time. So it's like a good 10 minutes, right? Or if you have like a server crash or something bad happens, it's really, really annoying to have to do that train trip again. On the other side of the coin, though, I think it'd be super weird for new players. Just like the first thing you look at is an empty hangar. Like, okay, obviously you have the onboarding, but not everybody does that. So that's the other side of that coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like part of spawning in Area 18 was always like you wake up in the hab. Like I remember they did a lot of work with like putting lights in your habs and stuff, and like other little aesthetic. And I know that like the hangar spawn is just part of like a mitigation thing. They're probably gonna get rid of that at some point. But there is kind of like a nice ambience to it where it's like it builds the lore for you a little bit as you wake up in your hab. You walk past the shops on the way out of Area 18. You get to see the city from the tram. So.
Pick up supplies. I mean, that's another big thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they spawned me in my hangar and I had to go back into the station to get the stuff I needed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm an Area 18 resident, and I liked being able to come right downstairs and go right in and get my stuff. But right now, I've got to get on the train to go get this stuff, so it's a mixed bag.
Still go back.
I get it. Yeah,
I think
it's a.
I think the missing missions and interactive NPCs in the cities is really making people not see the benefit of them. Like it's basically just somewhere to run through right now, and like you said, a couple of shops. There's not much reason to be there, so it just doesn't feel like there's any point in spawning in a city.
Yeah, no, I definitely would pick a space station in Pyro because you can grab all the stuff. You don't have, like, even if you spawn in the hangar, you can just go to cargo decks from there.
So does the Guardian
works?
Does the Guardian having a bed make as big a difference to you then?
Yeah, because I mean, I'd much prefer to just go to an OM marker and just log out because I can quantum straight away when I start.
I mean, when they get rid of the bed logging, or not get rid of it, but when they make it so you can log anywhere.
That would be amazing. Just turn it off and turn it back on, and I'm still in the same place. Yeah. So
would you get rid of the bed in your Guardian for something else? Is what I mean.
What would I put there? I don't know.
A couch. I don't know.
I mean, if I could lay there and get more stamina, like a stamina boost for an hour or something, lay in the bed for five, like, I don't know.
So it's worth the buff if they have something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One more debate I want to talk about that I think really popped up this year. It became a much bigger debate this year than any other year for pretty obvious reasons, things like the Polaris and engineering. But the idea, I regret this, the idea of solo versus group gameplay is becoming a flashpoint for many people in the Star Citizen community. Many people think that one exclusively means you can't have the other. Many people think that one should be bigger the focus than the other. Where do you guys stand on this topic? And how do you feel like it's going to go forward with Star Citizen particularly?
I think that most people are guessing when they say what the game will eventually be. And the only thing that I can say is most of the MMOs that I've played in the past, most of your grinding time, most of your gameplay really is spent doing things on your own. Sometimes you're doing things loosely with a group, like a guild or something like that. But if you're going out getting crafting mats, most of the time you're ranging out by yourself. You know, you're killing mobs, you're doing PvE stuff. And you have things like dungeons, raids, etc. they're very group focused, impossible to do solo. I think it's important to have both, and I think CIG plans to do that. At the same time, I think that the people who are super hardcore, like the game is all about group gameplay, that's all it should be, I don't think you really want that game, because that game is going to be, hey, none of my friends are online, I have nothing to do. Yeah. And on the other side of that coin, the game, I think, needs to have those MMO qualities of, hey, I don't want to be solo, and there's something that you can only do with a group. I think CZs are a decent example of that right now, where it's like if you do them solo, your chances of completing them or winning or whatever are very, very low. So I think it's important to have gameplay like that, but at the same time, I think it's important to remember that, like, realistically, most of your player interactions in the future are probably going to be you and one other player most of the time. You're going to meet one other player on a trade route. You're going to meet one other guy in some FPS area at a distribution center or something like that. And so it's very important for that gameplay to be engaging and fun and in depth and have depth. So
you're one of those crazy radicals who thinks we should have both.
I'm one of those crazy people that everybody hates because it's middle of the road.
Sorry to see you, man.
But that's the difficult part is really, for CIG, I think, is to focus on both of those things and do it well is one of the most challenging parts.
Yeah. I think some of the fear that we're seeing is so much of the gameplay has been focused on something that can be done solo, or just the game in general has been so easy that everything has been doable solo, that as we start to see more stuff that can't be done solo, it feels almost like you're taking away the
it feels
ability of people.
exclusionary.
Yeah.
Because of what we're used to. Yeah.
It's just been an easy game.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I played MMOs, so there was always that. And I'm bad. I'll join guilds, even in Star Citizen. I'm in orgs, and I still solo mostly. But it was cool for Save Stand to be able to have to group up for a couple of things. You could do some of that solo still, which was fine, and I enjoyed that. But I also enjoyed grouping up when I had to. But I'm also one of those players that if someone can find ways to do things solo, that's kind of meant to be, I'm okay with that. But I do think you should have both. I've played MMOs where people can master their class so well that they can go in and they're able to solo, maybe not a 12-man raid, but something that could take 3 to 6 players. So seeing people be able to come up with content like that and stuff, I think that's, perfectly fine.
That's a good point. Is like, maybe should they not build the game for these labels? Building a game that is meant to be tackled as one person might limit you. Maybe you want to build something that, it's almost like we put the labels on what's solo and what's not, right? You take a bounty mission, it doesn't necessarily mean it's solo gameplay.
Yeah, or like you're gonna have that fool that's gonna go out and solo create a space station by themselves,
right? And you could, if you prepare enough, you could probably, like Zero said, you could take on a contested zone. So it's still technically solo possible gameplay. But do you think there's something specific that people are looking for when they reference solo, quote unquote, solo gameplay?
I think one of the difficult things is the game right now is kind of Sea of Thieves in space. And Sea of Thieves is a very easy game to play solo. You get group gameplay that, enhances it, just like Star Citizen. But it's like DayZ in space, or like Sea of Thieves in space. The goal is to make it a real MMO, And that's just such a different experience than Sea of Thieves and DayZ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And those games also are more PvP focused because they just don't have consequences for actions, and we're kind of lacking that, which is, I think, where you're kind of coming from. We still don't have those consequences we need.
Yeah, rep consequences, legal consequences in the game, hostility consequences are kind of eh. So, and group consequences too. Like, if I wrong somebody in another guild, someday I would expect them to, like, their guild leader would talk to my guild leader and be like, hey, we're a gang of pyro, not a gang, you know what I mean? Like, we're a group, In Elite Dangerous, this happens constantly. If somebody from your group, like, kills another player from another group, your group's leadership will often hear from their group's leadership and say, hey, what happened here? Let's talk this out. Let's figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And that kind of politics is very important, I think, in a group-centric MMO that you don't see in games as much, like DayZ or Sea of Thieves, etc.
Yeah, we can't even talk to each other right now in game. I mean, we can. You just don't know if you can or not. Yeah.
I think as well, it's like pace.
Go ahead, Ollie. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of it is pace as well. I think some days I just want to jump on and go mining on my own, and the pace is slow, and I can, I don't know, listen to a podcast or an audiobook or something and chill out. And other days I want to go into a contested zone with some friends and, like, we're going to get some stuff done. So I think Star Citizen has a lot in it, and it's a bit of an everything game. It has lots of stuff in it to do.
Yeah, definitely.
It will one day. So I think options is good. Like, you can go mining, hand rock mining in a cave, or you can get in a mole and do that. So
yeah, I also think there's a sense of when people listen to an MMO requiring interaction with other people, they think that means you got to group up and run missions with other people, but it could mean something as simple as making a delivery for somebody, or picking something up from someone, or even transporting somebody somewhere. You don't have to talk to them for that kind of stuff. It's multiplayer without multiplayer. And if CIG can figure out a way to make that easy and not force people to, like, group up in voice comms just to get simple things done, I think that's good. They kind of talked about that with the base building. They're like, yeah, you could put in buy orders and somebody can ship the supplies or mine the supplies and ship them to your base. Like, that's multiplayer, but you're not really actually playing with anyone.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I agree. I think that the idea of having both is a good thing. I think it's a monumental task based on Richard Schreier's opening at CitizenCon, where he said that some people ask if it's a PvP or PvE, if it's MMO or solo, and he went down this long list of things, and he said we want Star Citizen to be all of those things. I think that we're used to labeling, as you mentioned. We're used to wanting to slap a label on it because it confirms what we believe a game should be for ourselves. I was thinking about the multi-crew side of it, though, and to your point, Tomato, I think one of the things I feel that Chris Roberts is trying to do and CIG is trying to do is create what we would consider cooperative gameplay. As you mentioned, the example you gave about putting in a buy order. That's someone else who does something that helps further my gameplay, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we were in comms together or anything. It just means that there's a universe of people working together to make something happen, whether it's in a solo way or a multi-crew way. So I agree. I think that I think it's going to be a monumental task. That's all. I mean, to do it well, I think XeroState said it earlier, to do it well is going to be the thing, right?
Yeah.
And have balance so that the solo player can come in and feel like I accomplished some things and I achieved some things and maybe I pushed myself further than I thought. But then the multi-crew people can come in and feel like they had a great experience too. It's going to take a lot for them to do that and to do it successfully. So I'm hoping that they will. I think that's what they're trying to do. I think that the player base just has to give them that mental space to do that. And we have to be careful because we all want a certain thing from Star Citizen based upon our game experiences. Mm-hmm. And sometimes those wants are based upon me, but I'm not thinking about everybody else, but I want everybody to experience it. I like what Ollie said. Sometimes I just want to come in and be by myself and fly around and do some stuff. And then there's other times where I gang up with people, group up with people. And I'm one of those people, if you say, Griff, I need somebody to load my C2. Some people say, I never want to load a thing. I'll load it. Call me. I'll come load it.
Exactly.
At a discount price, because that's something I enjoy doing, So I think that there's going to be all types of players in the universe. And so we just have to give room for that.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the mining example was a good one because it's not only is that gameplay that you can do solo or as a group, it's not being custom made by CIG to fit some specific group of people or type of person or player. But it is also something that it's not PvP. A lot of these lines are also drawn between PvE and PvP content, and a lot of content in this game isn't inherently PvP just because it's made for multiple people. There's like a lot of other types of ways to play. So appreciate all your inputs on that and today's talk overall. To wrap things up here, I'm going to ask one last question, and then we're going to head on out. How did you feel overall about this year? From beginning to end, and now that we're wrapping things up, and I realize that things might change a little bit depending on what happens with 4.0 over the next few days, but just from where we are now, how you feeling about 2024?
I'll jump in first. I've been in here since 2013, so it's been a long ride. I'm okay. I'm an older guy. I'm 61 years old. I may not get to see this game like you guys will. Maybe my arthritis will kick in. I don't know whether I'll be here, but I'm okay. I do worry about the community. I don't worry about CIG. I do worry about how well the community will continue to. I think as there's progress, and I think that 1.0 was something we needed to hear. I think that was something that we needed to hear, that there was a goal, that there was a place where we would see what Chris called as a viable commercial, stable game that would be out. We don't know what that window is still, but I felt like that was something that we needed to hear after so many years. It's interesting to talk to people who've been around a long time versus people who've been around for 2 years, 3 years. They definitely feel very differently. But sometimes there are people who've been around 2-3 years and they feel just as salty as people who've been around for 10 years. But this year I felt like the server meshing 4.0 goal was important. And I'm glad they've gotten us at least this far. And I'm looking forward to 2025 and obviously 2026 with Squadron 42.
Fingers crossed for that. Don't come back at us with a 2028, please. Thank you.
Just 2 years away forever.
How about the rest of you guys?
No. I'll say I'm actually pretty pleased with this year. Like the CitizenCon, not the one we just had, the one previous, they delivered a lot of what we saw, I feel like. the UI changes. There was a lot of tech that we saw. We had our first glimpse of server meshing, like actually presented to us, and then like we're here now and it works. Everyone, well, for somewhat has been able to access it and try and play it. So I think like it's actually been a good year for progress. It's a very different. Sometimes I look back at videos I did a year ago, and I see how much the game's changed. I think it's easy to forget. Actually, it's changed quite a bit in the past year. So 4.0 does need to be stable quickly.
Yeah.
But if that happens, it's definitely a success. And I'm happy, I think.
Okay.
With this year.
I think for me, Ollie brings up a really good point. It is easy to lose yourself in what feels like realism and be like, patch isn't very stable. I'm very frustrated. This year was a disaster. But I frequently think this, and I say it sometimes. It would be kind of interesting for like April Fools or something if CIG would put up a build of like what the game was like 2 years ago that you could play, like 319 or something like that. And just be like, hey, log in for a day and see what you see, and just remind the community of the progress that's happened.
We'll see how you like it.
Yeah, and we would log into this hellscape of 319 or, just like, where's my hut? Where's every box is one SCU. What am I doing? And then it would kind of remind people like, hey, there has been quite a bit of progress. The game is quite a bit different landscape than it was even a year or two ago. Does that excuse some of the frustrations? I don't think so, but at the same time, it's important to keep that in perspective, that like, and I said this, I think everybody said this at one point, like, hey, watch out, community. When the day 4.0 goes live, it's not going to be a fun experience. And it's like, I said that 100 times when they first announced what they wanted to do for server meshing in 4.0, like the day that server meshing in 4.0 comes live, like it's not going to be a fun experience. And here we are, and I kind of forgot my own advice. You know what I mean? Because you're in it, right? It's just you forget the perspective. That I had my own perspective a year ago was the day that it goes live is going to be a rough day. And it is. So,
I then, if that was your expectations a year ago, then I would wonder, would you expect stories like what Ollie was saying to be coming out that same day?
Which stories?
That he was like just did 4 hours of like a good time in 4.0 and everything was running really well.
I think it's like with anything, somebody's going to have a good experience and other people aren't.
Yeah, so hit or miss.
So yeah, it's important to critique when people aren't, because like when it goes to live, like CIG's website right now says the words early access game on it. It doesn't say pre-alpha. You know what I mean? And so it's like we do kind of expect a minimum viable product. It's like, I want to be able to log in, I want to be able to fly my ship somewhere, and I want to be able to do a mission. Yeah. And right now you can't do any of those things. So like the critique and the expectations and the things that the expectations of like how it should be at this point in the development, I think is still important to keep at the forefront. But also in the back of your mind, you got to go, hey, I everybody did say right when 4.0, right when server meshing comes out, just expect some weirdness, and you got to kind of temper that expectation and temper that instant reaction of frustration with that knowledge. I had this knowledge, I knew what it was going to be, and I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't outright complain, but that doesn't mean I can't have reasonable expectations.
Yeah. We have we have plenty of history to base our judgments on.
Yeah. Anyway, my answer to overall this year, I would say not surprised and also surprised at the same time. I'm not surprised that they rushed 4.0 in at the last minute and kind of dropped some things, like I said earlier. But I'm also surprised that 4.0 made it in at all. So, and that server meshing mostly works with 500 or 600 players. That's pretty cool.
That is nice. Casa, how about you? Think you're
going in.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry. Going into the year, I think I was kind of, hesitant to think that they were going to get a lot of what they announced about 320, before 323. I was pleasantly surprised to see a lot of that came in when it did, even though it was kind of delayed a little bit. It didn't quite make that March date. But overall, this year became like an evolutionary year versus a revolutionary year. We didn't get a lot of content per se, excluding Pyro, of course. Pyro is kind of a lot of content, but we saw a lot of big things go in that are like things that are going to be built off of for the future. So the hope here going into next year is that maybe we can start to see more content. If we can see more content, because content could pick up a lot easier, that there's a lot of things that could go in that could really make things kind of fill out more. So I think overall this year was really a building year. I feel like we probably had building years for probably like the last 3 years now, especially since 3.18. But
whole bunch of building.
Yeah, a lot of things to build off of. Overall, I would have liked to have seen engineering get in there, of course. I think because they kind of teased that we could possibly see engineering by summertime, and then that got pushed back to Pyro or whatever. That was like one of the big things I was kind of let down by. But overall, I think, especially them getting 4.0 out as they did, even though it's kind of crazy the way they did it, I still think it was a positive year, and I think hopefully the team themselves will go out there feeling like they accomplished something, and maybe they can kind of build off of that going into next year.
You mentioned engineering, and it reminds me of this random time when Torsta went on Star Citizen Live and told us that engineering was coming probably sooner than we expected.
Right, yeah.
I'm glad that they don't do that as much anymore. Or at least I hope they don't, because it just never ages very well. But I hear what you're saying. I think there were plenty of small disappointments this year littered throughout, problems with communication and deliveries and delays and stuff. But I do think that the overall narrative of releasing 4.0 this year and getting a server mesh environment helps them a lot. Like, we all will say, oh yeah, they're doing it just so that they can say they did it. But look at us here at the end of the year, judging the year's success on the fact that we are playing in a server mesh environment. So it works out for them. Quote unquote. But it's also a little bit disappointing to be like, well, if you take 4.0 away, then how does the year look? And I think that they need to focus on making sure that the year as a whole is feeling that same sort of good progressive energy, not just that one patch at the end of the year that kind of wraps everything up. Because that's how last year was too. Everybody was feeling pretty rough about last year until the end of the year when CitizenCon happened and the good news hit. And it's like, I hope that we can start to hit more consistent good updates again. And it sounds like maybe that's what they're trying to do with the letter from the chairman. So we'll see.
Yeah. On Casa's note too about like the game, like the content coming in. What's interesting is like there's kind of, I shouldn't say small systems, but there's like little things that could come in that could just unlock the door to huge rooms of content. Reputation, right? Mm-hmm. Open up reputation. Like if you open up that door of reputation and you start like dealing with the gangs of Pyro and reputation for all these mission givers, like how much gameplay does that add to the game? How much content does that give you? Yeah. The ability to manage your rep and have hostility based on rep and all these, and trade and profit based on rep and missions based on rep. And the depth, if you can open the door to that room, that's like, it just enhances this layer, this base layer that we have, and just builds content on top of it instantly. Give the players tools to build their own content, and they will build mountains of it. Yep.
And crafting is the other side of that too, because that's another thing that could really open things up.
Yeah. As far as content goes, they don't really need too much to make for a really good experience for people. They, like you're saying, add some reputation stuff, maybe bounty hunting, some crafting, and like more missions. I think it'd be pretty good with a functioning economy. It'd be a very good game experience. But
and MMOs aren't built on missions, in my opinion. They aren't built on quests. That's just quests are what you do to grind levels and maybe get some gear and things like that. The really MMOs are built on the interaction between players. Yeah. And so if you can create good gameplay and depth of gameplay with interactions between players and the factions in the game, then I think that's what makes your MMO.
True. Yeah. Closing thought, as I see in the chat, a question that I think wraps this up quite nicely is how many players care about server meshing? I think the real question is how many players care about the things that server meshing allows, and that's the importance of it coming into the game. Is that stability? Is their ability to move past some of their other roadblocks, to refactor the missions, to refactor transit, to do a bunch of stuff that was locked behind the back end, I think is the most important thing they accomplished this year. But that's it. Thank you all for joining me so much. I'm going to give you a real quick chance to once again tell people where they can find you and your content before we head off. But thanks for joining me for this review of the year and sort of leaving off on where you feel at the end of the year. Hopefully next year is a better one. XeroState, where can folks find you?
Well, I'm on Twitch a lot. I post dumb stuff on Twitter or X, depending on what you call it. I still call it Twitter because I think it's funny to call it that.
Dude, yeah.
I'm going to call it Twitter
X
until they change the name back to Twitter, and then I'm going to start calling it X, I think.
Weird.
No, Twitch is where you mostly find me. I have some dumb YouTube videos, but I don't really post anything there because I don't have time. You know what I mean? And probably find me hanging out in other streamers' chats and stuff too, because I'm a viewer as much as I am anything else. So that's pretty much it for me.
Cool. Thanks for coming, Ollie.
Oh, and my expectations. I hope this next year builds on server meshing in the manner of like, I'd love to see like reputation and org gameplay. You know.
Welcome everybody. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
This is your
seriously.
captain speaking.
Ollie,
Tomato will
my
be
friend.
with you shortly.
Hello. You know what? I'm gonna send people to my Twitch as well. I've been enjoying a bit of Twitch streaming lately. I do also do YouTube content, but yeah, I really enjoy recording videos live. Is how I describe it. So that's my thing these days. But expectations for next year, I would love the beacon system and like cool orders and stuff. That would be great. And stability.
Yeah. Yeah. Stability would be
If I
great.
can make my own missions for players, I think that would be great.
Gosh, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
Beacon gameplay, please. CasaBlack, my friend.
Yeah, I mostly do YouTube videos here and there. I do a lot of guides. When the roadmap is interesting, I throw stuff out there for that. I can concur. Ollie is very entertaining on Twitch. We watched him while we were out of town over the last week, so that was interesting. But anyway, as far as my hopes, scanning, that's what I'd like to see.
Ooh. That's a weird one. FPS scanning, something's going on with that. And I'm thinking maybe it's like they want to make it so that it interacts with everything in Star Citizen first, but they definitely sounded like they expected us to be using it much earlier, even in just the preview channel. I'm wondering what's going on with that feature, but I also hope it comes by. Thanks for joining, CasaBlack. Griffin.
Hey everybody, Griffin Gaming RPG, once again, Soul Citizens on all the social media platforms. Yeah, you can find us there. I'm getting ready to run right now to go to my afternoon show. But thank you to everybody who's here today. I watch all these guys. They're all great, except for the Space Tomato guy. Forget about him. But all these other guys are great. So I really appreciate all the stuff that you guys contribute to the community, especially my buddy Space Tomato. So thanks.
Don't worry, I'm gone. It's fine. Whoa, what happened? Oh my god. Well, hello. I'm very big now. This is a great way to end it. Thanks again for joining me, everybody.
Dad, he's gonna eat us. Help.
Dude, what is wrong with OBS? Hold on, can I still get in my camera? Here we go. Okay, I'm still technically in my spot. Thanks everybody for coming to the podcast. If you can't see the video, then you probably don't know what we're cracking up about, but this has been Citizen Central, the final of the year. A good joy, good fun, and a good review of the year. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming on. I hope to see you all next year on Citizen Central and Launch Sequence. And stick around if you are here for the live stream, as we are doing this live on YouTube and Twitch. I will be jumping into 4.0 for a little bit here, so you guys will get to see kind of how the game is performing after this whole talk. Yeah, we'll see if I can even load in, but stick around. We'll have like a couple minutes intermission, and then I will be back with you in a little bit. Thanks again for coming to the Citizen Central podcast, everybody. I am Large Space Tomato Head signing off, and I'll see you next year. Alrighty. I think my timing was a little bit off. Friends, welcome back. My camera's gone. Why is my... Hold on. Wait for it. There it is. Hey! We're good. Just put that up a little bit. There we go. See, we're okay. We got it figured out. How y'all doing? Good to see you, folks. We are back. I know it's been a long time.
The one and the only Colossal is...
What is that? Is there something... Is there a YouTube video playing somewhere? What was I just hearing?
I pushed the wrong button. Let me try this.
Oh, am I somehow on... Where am I getting Griffin's audio from? What is going on?
Here.
Windows? Hey everybody, I have a surprise.
Let me get through the final show for this year. Thank you.
This doesn't make sense. I don't have any tabs open. I don't have... Is it somehow still connected to Video Ninja? Is it because I have... Let's see, hold on. This is pretty wild, guys. I actually have no idea. There it is. Oh my god. That's wild. He's still on. It's on my yeah, on my PC it's still running. This is crazy. But that shouldn't even be possible. No, he shouldn't be able to hear me. This shouldn't even be possible because my Chrome is closed. This is wild. Technology is crazy. No, it's fine. I'll take care of it. Okay, so basically, this is a website that I was using to pick up their microphone and camera. I have to come in here and make a room. See? Look at that! What the f- That's so crazy! Oh my god. And now if I turn my... Yep. Now his audio is gone. Dude. Whatever. I can't really explain how weird it is that just worked the way that it did, but it did. And that is sketchy. Anyways, welcome into another stream. If you didn't know, this is Space Tomato Stream, well known for the technological mishaps, but we figure it out. We IT it together. We're gonna explore a little bit of 4.0 today. Not gonna do too much. I'm just going to... First, I'm going to make the jump because I want to make this freaking jump and I want to do it without crashing. And then we'll see if we can maybe try and run a mission. I hear that missions aren't running. So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a look-see look. 322 bounty hunter missions? What the heck happened? Oh my god. Is everybody is a criminal now? Is this all of the bounties ever? What happened? Who pissed off Chris Roberts? Missions just came back on? Oh, cool. Hey, Zayeth, good to see you in chat, dude. Also, Maverick, thank you for the bit. And Becky on Blast, thanks for the raid. You came in right at the end of our podcast. It was such a great conversation. Y'all, if you missed it, you should definitely see it when it pops back up. But it was a good time. Appreciate you for bringing the people in. Okay, let's grab a ship and start heading towards the jump gate. And I will say my hellos while we do that. It's kind of weird to say hellos because this is the middle of the... Like we're just now getting to the stream even though we've been live for a couple of hours. What'd you guys think of the talk? What do I want to go through in? Probably a C1. It's always a C1, right? Just makes the most sense. I did this jump once before, and that was in Ivacati, and I did it only once just to do it and show you guys it. This is what I am considering my first official jump through, because yesterday's didn't really work out. Spider, were you asking if I wanted to join? I will jump in with you guys after the... Afterward, are you in the chat with everybody? I don't see anybody. Is anybody in chat in that big group in our org right now? What are you guys up to? Might jump in. Toes. Yeah. GII Group 2 did a successful jump yesterday, which was awesome. I saw the pictures and stuff, but I was unable to make it. Oh my gosh. It was, I was so exhausted yesterday. I have not been sleeping very much lately, between just like doing a whole bunch of work, but also just I've not been able to sleep very well. So I was just super freaking tired yesterday. Yeah, missions are working right now. What just happened? I think I just created a voice channel on accident that I didn't mean to create. Oh my gosh, my ship is still in the jump tunnel. You can hear the sound effects. Cool sound effects. Good job, CIG. Let me try this again. Okay, where are these voice channels going? Sorry, I'm having trouble with my Discord right now. Oh, there it is. Dude, technology is just being really weird today. There we go. Okay. Just hopping into a channel on the org just in case anybody wants to join on me to play. Again, I'm not really doing too much today. Just going to do a jump through right now. But it is there. And once I'm done with my jump, I will join in on you guys. The void has possessed my ship. My life for hire. Oh yeah, people also did stuff during the stream. Let me get my Echo. I see you did your sub, dude. I appreciate you. I know you've been away a little bit lately. I hope things are going okay for you. And I hope things have improved with the car, buddy. Thank you for the sub, though. The 4 months. Or the, not 4, 14 months. Daka NL. Thank you for the 4 months on Prime subs. Are you, Netherlands-based? Might also do this in the Intrepid. Ooh, or the MSR. Oh, maybe I should do this in the MSR. I think that would make more sense, actually, than the Spirit. Getting it fixed, thanks. Good to hear, dude. Hope you're well. You still owe me milk and olives. Maverick, thank you for the bits. Spartacus Mills, thank you for the sub. Barandini, thank you for the bits. Gotta go give your guardian... Wait, is it Key? Is it Chi? How do you say this freaking name of this vehicle? Why would they pick something so difficult to say? Jaded Medic, thank you for the sub as well. 4 months. Have fun with the missions. Missions are working, but we'll see if they continue to work.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, one more time, guys.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
QI for Quantum Interdictor. Oh, it's an acronym. I thought it was a word. QI. I'm an idiot. Well, now I don't want to... It's so much work to say all that. Just switch to 4.0 preview. It doesn't interdict, though. Sounds like they broke it. Maybe it should be QE. Qui. I'll have a Guardian Qui, please. Aw. They actually named the ship now. Whoa! Okay. That's fine. Didn't think there was a landing ramp there anyways. It's dark in here. You want one of those still? What, a MSR? Let me out of here. Come on, R-Corp. Let's go. The ship I'm in. It's a cool ship. It's a cool ship. I don't know long term, though. I don't know long term if I'm about the looks. I mean, compared to what Crusader puts out now, they could really do something much nicer with this, I think. Just refining the shape a little bit. Definitely making it so that that turret regresses. Oh my gosh, we do not need the two turrets sticking out like that. Oh yeah, that's trust-inducing. Yeah, it needs to be more like a concept for sure. Can you YouTuber pros explain why a multi-crew ship cannot last more than 15 seconds against a single fighter? I am most certainly not a YouTube pro. More of a YouTube practicer, and therefore I cannot answer that question. Practicing by nature. But also you may have not had good shields going on, maybe? That could be it. I don't know. Depends on the ship. We survived in an MSR against an F8 the other day. And that was like we were in atmosphere. That was a bit of a cop-out. It was a joke. I will answer the question. My point was that I don't think the YouTube experience will really help with answering that question. In fact, I think you'd get more help from people who play more than YouTubers do. But yeah, the only thing I can tell you is maybe they had missiles. Maybe your shields were down. Got 102 bounty hunter mission offers. Same here. I have so many bounties. Oh, now I'm down to 75. Watch out, folks. Space Tomato is on the prowl. Seriously, why are there so many bounties? And they're all at 12 minutes. It's like they don't actually go away when the game spawns them. It's saving them in memory and just never getting rid of them. So they're just all stacked up. I'm going to take all of these names and I'm going to put them down on our org list as kill on sight. That's also a joke, everybody. Not actually going to do that. Just seeing if there's anybody I know. A lot of repeat names on here, so it's definitely just persisting them longer than they should. Probably how it broke. Yeah, that might be it. Was that 12 months? Oh, I thought that was 12 minutes. That would make sense. It was W for weeks. I feel like their music, all of the music that is, made to fit in with what's going on is just a little bit off-timed. Wow. It's just a little off-time. That with the quantum exit right there, and I think even with going into the jump gate now, they're going to be a little bit off. At least that's my perception of it. Maybe it's supposed to be at the time that they have it at. Yeah, I was going a lot faster than I thought I was. Little pirouette. The music in the game is a lot more noticeable now. Alright, so for this whole jump sequence, I'm actually going to get this on camera. So you guys are going to get the nice effect of not having to see my face or even hear my voice during all this. I'm going to get a whole bunch of nice shots. Because I want to remember this. I want to have this saved. I want to get the whole experience though. I want to open the gate myself. So I'm going to hold on. Dude, the freaking MSR just floats around in space so much. And obviously all the ships float. This thing really just takes forever to switch directions. All right. All right. We made it. It worked. There was no crash. Cool. All right, so that was the transition to Pyro. It was actually pretty straightforward. It took us quite a while last time. So we made it through. We're now in Pyro. Different vibes. Definitely different vibes. Did they take out some of the clouds? I feel like I was supposed to be going through kind of a cloud tunnel here. How many players per server? Well, per shard, I think they're 5 to 700, 5 to 600. I don't think I've heard this music before. All right, let's settle in here. I honestly don't know if I'm going to be spending too much time in Pyro right now.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Hey, our old friend from Stanton's out here running traffic in Pyro as well. Good for you. Good for you, dude. You're just everywhere, aren't you? How's the lag? I'm not really experiencing any just yet. My FPS are of course rough. 30s for sure. Don't store my ship. Is there a problem with that? Alright, I won't store it. I do want to see what our options are from here right now. Maybe get a sense of the commodities they have here and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully they don't store my ship themselves. Is this station still considered under UEE jurisdiction? How does that work? I guess it is still, looks like it's still maintained.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
This station is bugged. So, okay, what can I do here? Should I just completely avoid the station? Hey, what's up, Rebel? How's it going? Inch high gamer. Cheeky. I just want to get in here and see what they've got for us. Maybe they have some hot chocolate. Hot chocolate's always very nice on a trip through lawless space. Can't call any ships. Oh yeah, I definitely don't want to store it. Okay. I'll try not to spend too much time so they don't store it for me. Doing great. How about you? Good. Good. Just finished up a podcast. It went very well. Now just visiting Pyro for the first time. Finished our first complete jump in the live servers. And just gonna, you know, stretch the legs a little bit. Get a feeling for the space. Possibly meet up with the org. Let's see if anybody's in here. See who's looking to meet up. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What'd you call it? I was trying to follow you back into Pyro because I jumped. I did the worm jump to come back, so I followed you as you were entering the wormhole, and it would not let me go through.
Oh, sorry. Exclusive access.
Oh, that's crazy.
Streamers only access.
Yeah, this is the streamer Pyro. Wouldn't let you through. It'll open another one for you soon.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My bad. I forgot about the streamer privilege.
People are gonna think I'm serious. Where are you? Where are you guys both at?
I'm relogging, but I'm at Pyro jump point.
Okay. How about you, Maverick?
I'm over in Lava after a weird bug, so just resetting some stuff, getting gear.
Did you guys want to group up? Do anything?
Yeah.
Hit me with one. I tried inviting you, but it wouldn't let me for some reason. It wouldn't pop up on your screen.
Oh. Alright, I'll try starting a party. Not sure what is or is not working. I hear missions aren't really working very well, but I kind of wanted to see if we could at least get out there and see something in Pyro.
Yeah, when y'all were doing the podcast, like somehow they just disappeared, like they weren't popping up at all, and
yeah,
just right after y'all got done, they started coming back up. So they were waiting for you to get on for the streamer privilege.
They were watching the podcast, I think. The hamsters that are running the servers, they were taking a break watching the show.
Yeah, they threw a hotfix in there somewhere along the line. A lot of people in chat were making comment on it, so I guess they're keeping the thing alive.
Oh, well, my friends list is still as laggy as ever.
Well, you can't have everything. Got that.
So far it looks like Stanton, but in orange. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you've seen. If you watch 2 seconds of it, it surely will. There you are.
Got it.
Don't do it at this station. Yeah, it sounds like I probably want to get out of this station. So what I'm going to do is grab some initial equipment. I'm assuming they have some stuff in here just so we're not going out there blind. Please don't store my ship station. I guess one of you guys can pick me up if they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a couple of ships stored there. If the jump point will let me through, I'm gonna go try to store my ship and then pull it back out, see if it's maybe something with that.
Oh, you still can't get through?
Dog, nah. I relogged and everything. Pyro has not been kind to me this last 2 days.
Pyro doesn't want you back. Must have caused some problems.
Let me know if there's anything I can
You have
Okay, I wasn't doing nothing.
You love Pyro 4 and Monox? I am definitely big on Pyro 4, Monox, and Bloom. I think those are, I guess those are the pretty obvious, most pretty looking planets and planetary bodies in the system. But yeah, I think Pyro 4 is my favorite, and then probably Monox after that, but I haven't seen enough of Monox and Bloom to know which one I like more. Generally though, the Pyro system is beautiful.
What?
Feel free to.
You did some cargo missions in
What you see is what we
in 4M?
Hi. Well,
Worked fine? Your cargo missions were working good? Dude, not a bad selection of stuff here.
okay.
As far as getting re-equipped in Pyro, this station might actually fit the bill. Which makes me wonder, are they going to have a bunch of cargo missions where you're hauling in like the armor and stuff that would be used for this?
What? That's pretty much everything we got. Hi.
I've never seen that brush drift helmet. Is that new?
Yeah.
Legs, we do have True Death. And do we have arms?
What?
We do.
We got a lot of variety.
What you see is what.
No kidding, I'm like robbing you guys of all your supplies. This is a good shopping experience. What kind of guns you got?
Yeah.
LH86 is always a good choice.
No.
Oh, shoot! I forgot we're live. I gotta be careful. We'll pick up a Karna. I'm just using up all of my money. Yeah, like actually equipping yourself takes a decent amount of money now.
Exciting new products.
Yeah.
Have a look.
I was about to say, don't get too crazy spending money.
Hey.
Hmm.
Good purchase.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
I'm gonna just
Yeah.
make a pinned comment about the missions.
We just
Why are people continuing to ask about them?
Check your chat.
Yeah.
Our mission's still
This-
bugged. I'm too deep in capitalism. Yeah, I'm shopping, guys. Give me a second. Let me like enjoy this. Don't get to just look through stuff normally, huh?
got some new inventory.
Missions seem to be reset back to where they were before the thing got bugged out now. So
Yeah, missions are good for anybody wondering.
Hi. Thanks for coming
Well,
in.
I
well,
say
we haven't
that.
done one yet, but
What
they're
you
there.
see is what
Probably
you
gonna
get.
get me screwed now that I've said
Smart
that.
buy.
That's it.
Yeah, you
Stick
probably
to
jinxed yourself, boss.
What?
Any plans to do different species? Not that I know of. Sometime in the distant future, but they haven't talked about that in a long time.
Yeah. That's pretty much everything we got.
Save Stanton is still going on the 324 servers, yeah. Alright, where the heck am I? How do I get out of here? Oh, what the? They got a real weapons shop over
Hi,
here.
Welcome.
I'm over here shopping for weapons at the armor store, and they've got the good stuff. Tell me you've got a P8 without telling me you have a P8. Everybody's running around so excited. Oh, they don't actually have a P... Oh, they do. We're okay.
The ammo or the gun?
The gun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was very worried. No, SC, not AR.
Oh, man.
Got some new inventory.
Damn, I was like, wow, they threw it in. Great. I haven't played with that yet. I want a DMR in the game. A good one.
You try the S71?
Yeah. I enjoy it. I just wouldn't mind something with a bit more punch.
Huh. Punch like actual stopping power, or just like the feeling of shooting it?
A bit of both. I think that the 71's nice. It handles well. I'm so used to, say, like the DMRs in Halo that you're kind of looking for something that emulates that a little better.
Yeah. The old DMR. God, I loved that gun.
Just felt nice.
I hear Halo's pretty fun times these days.
Well, we do need to get back into it.
Yeah. Need to start having more Halo nights on Discord again.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple messages from folks that there was a good update in December, and like apparently they've still been supporting it pretty heavily. Surprising.
I'm pretty sure we can drag Drazen into it.
Yeah, there's a few people in the Discord who would probably want to play. I know Cass wanted to get back into it. Trio used to play. Where are our... Dude, I don't think they have any equipment kiosks here. Did they just
Wait,
forget
what,
them
really?
on this space station?
What about in your hangar?
I think that might be the only place you can find them. Ah, here we
Yeah,
go.
they pulled them out of the ASOPs. They're not as common. now.
Yeah, they moved them, I guess.
Well, I guess we get them in our hangar, I suppose. They're like, well, you don't need them everywhere now.
We will when there's a lot of players.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Okay. I'm geared up and I'm ready for you guys. Are you able to get in yet, Spider?
I just backspace to obituary.
Okay, so you're already in the system. How about you,
Yeah.
Maverick?
I am trying to get into a hangar in Louisville to let me out of this place, but it is just refusing to give it to me. So I'm going to log and come back in.
Okay.
Get that. Fix it.
Then how about, Spider, we meet up and run this first mission and see how it
Alright.
goes. Give it a test. What are you flying?
I can grab the Guardian, I believe, is stored here. Let me make sure.
I'm going to share a mission to you, see if it works. All right, so I see that the location on this mission doesn't have a real name, so it might not be working, but here's the share.
All right.
Received?
Not yet.
Oh boy.
It has been taking a little while. Hopefully it does go through. But yeah, when me and Meg were running, we did notice that it took like a good minute before the mission popped up.
Okay. Well, looks like the mission is going to be at Monarch, so we're both going to be flying a bit. Shall I meet you in orbit over there, and then we'll meet up near the location itself? Or actually,
sure, that'll work.
We can meet in orbit. You can hop on my ship, and then we'll go from there if you don't have a tracker.
That'll work.
Roger that. See you there.
I didn't have the Guardian here, so I'm gonna just bring in the A1.
Okay. Good call, Black Cobra. I definitely need to drink something.
Ground mission?
Yeah, we are going to infiltrate a outpost.
Hi.
Alright, bet.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Black screen if you drink anything? Some kind of glitch? So I can't drink?
Drinking Drano.
Hi, welcome to the store. Hi.
So I just need to use a medical bed?
Wait, there's a black screen if you drink?
That's what somebody's saying.
I've been playing all day. I haven't been getting that.
No, neither.
Okay. Let us see.
Yep.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Man, I'm just trying to drink a water bottle. The magical point. Will this water take away my sight? We're okay.
They might have gotten hit with that 30k black screen that Zero was talking about, and then it just happened to coincide when they were drinking.
Maybe.
That's true.
Maybe. Or they drank that pyro water.
And then they got irradiated and like lost eyesight.
Yeah. Because I got my water from this station.
That sticks.
How quickly would this station be taken? Or at the very least, this station would be super exploited by the gangs in Pyro. If they have fresh water and like all this stuff that they're keeping supplied from the Stanton system, you'd 100% make back alley deals with the people who work here to smuggle some of the goods off. Just too good an opportunity.
100%, yeah.
I think Xenothreat is not enterprising enough. They just want to blow things up and kill aliens. Quantum travel's taking you to the sun?
Sounds like they're playing on the hotfix build.
Take me to God, quantum travel, yes. Is the hotfix build old at this point?
Yeah, no, the hotfix build is newer than this current preview build. It's just that the hotfix build has been having issues.
I see. Yo, the doors in the MSR open so quickly. I'm not sure if that's a server health thing or what, but I don't have to wait at the doors when I'm running through the MSR, which is crazy.
That's definitely the performance of the server.
That's that kind of beautiful optimization I was hoping for with server meshing. I was like, dude, server meshing? Screw player cabs. I want to be able to run straight through my MSR. Hotfix channel's been closed. I see. It's been pushed to live. You should log out and get the update. Yeah, but it sounds like...
Oh, is that why the game wasn't letting me jump? Because I ain't got hotfix.
Yeah, but it sounds like that's gonna make it so that I can't...
Yeah.
Quantum jump.
Sounds like they said that it's fixed.
No, you said he was having that problem in the... Oh, I see. Fixed when it got merged. Okay, so in that case, I probably shouldn't start this mission. Like, I should probably update before I start the mission.
Up to you.
I'm gonna do that just in case.
Alright.
I hate myself.
Like up a punishment.
QT's messed up in the new build. Okay, well, now it's too late for me, so. All is lost. I'll see you guys on the other side. Anybody got fun Christmas plans? Doing anything nice over the next couple days? What you see in the hotfix as long as you are in a hotfixed server. What about it? Join a friend on another shard. If you get in the quantum travel bug. Oh, am I still recording? We're back. Let's go back in. Going to SeaWorld and swimming with some dolphins. Oh, that's some Christmas plans. SeaWorld in December, huh? Not too cold? Making money on SC. Not bad, not bad. I hope it works out for you. You're going to be in 4.0 or 324? Yeah, Teddy Bear, I think you should update the build. Crazy, your airplane annual is completed on Tuesday, then your wife and you are flying around to look at some mountains near you to get blasted with snow. Airplane annual, like annual flight? Annual inspection. Been in line for over a month. Okay.
Joined off of you. Sorry, I did the hotfix as well. So I can join off of you if you load back into a server.
Okay, I'm loading in now. Water is always cold at SeaWorld. Sad. But at least the outside air wouldn't be as cold in the summer. Exfil Zone. Virtual reality game, huh? You're in 4.0 preview still and made almost 2 million off salvaging with a vulture. Where are you salvaging, Rally? Sounds like good money. Is it better than it was before? You're in Texas, outside air doesn't really get cold. Well, that's nice. All right, I literally loaded in right where I was standing, and I still have the mission.
Hell yeah. I'm loading back in with you in just a hot second.
Roger that. I'm going to get started on heading towards where we're going. Can't believe I just loaded right back in where my ship was. My ship's still in the hangar. I got the mission back. Like, everything is exactly as I left it.
Alright, I'm loaded up. Could you see if that share works again?
Yeah. Sharing the mission?
Alright, nothing yet. Oh, there it is.
Cool. So we are good to go on mission sharing. Looks like I've got us a mercenary mission on Bloom. Shared successfully to you. Oh, sorry, Monox. Yeah, it's on Monox.
Okay, okay.
Shared successfully to you. And so we're going to see if these missions are working now in 4.0.
Shields off.
QTing into the sun.
Very good, very good.
So that means we're on the wrong shard. So we gotta go to a shard that does have the QT fixing, and yeah.
Not gonna lie to you, I don't know.
I'm trying to look in testing chat for whatever comment people are saying that Waka made.
QTing into the sun. At least I have cool music to listen to, though.
All that matters.
If you are still experiencing issues with warping to the sun, it's because you're playing on the unhotfixed shard. To resolve this, please join a friend on another shard. If you do not have someone on your friends list to join on another server, just ask in chat and test again.
Okay. Yeah, it's because I joined back on Maverick. So let me try and join in on somebody who is on a fixed shard, which how would I know?
That is a good question. This
I might
shard
join on
is...
Avocado, see if he's...
This shard is... I believe it was 40, but I'm still making
Every time I try to join anybody from the org, it tells me the shard's full.
Try the one I'm on now with Avocado.
Probably should have bedlogged, yeah. Oh yeah, because it's going to give me my ship back in the... Oh, that's right. I just screwed myself.
Good?
Yeah, because I'm still on the same space station where they can't get ships in. Maybe they fixed it in the hot patch. We'll see.
Goddamn. Alright.
Good times, good times! Got any kettle corn in here?
Yo, some kettle corn sounds amazing. Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop talking about food.
Yeah, man.
No food in chat. No food in chat.
Kettle corn. Okay, back in the station. In the system. Still have the contract.
Alright, I'm bedlogged, so I'll let you know in a second if we can QT properly or not.
Matt Papathan, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube. It means a lot to us.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Let's see if this works. Aw, man. Now I'm going to have to claim it.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
We're good. On my way to Monarchs.
You might have to come pick me up.
Okay, on my way.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered.
Hey, it might have worked. Spectrum is wildin' right now. Isn't that like a state of being for Spectrum?
Isn't that just what Spectrum does?
Yeah. What's different between now and other times?
You good to leave?
Yeah, I'll meet you at Monarchs.
Cool.
What are you flying?
A1.
We need something with a turret. Hold on. I'm going to get a different ship.
Alright.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Don't really have anything all that suited.
This is why I can't wait for the Paladin to come out.
And the Zeus is a really good choice. I don't have one of those though. Where's my MSR? It's just gone from the list.
Wait, your MSR. Are you in a small hangar?
Oh, yeah, that would explain why.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Jesus, I didn't expedite the freaking claim. Dang it. Alright, I got another 3 minutes. Or I could take a Cutlass Black.
Got a black solid.
Could do the Polaris. I think 3 of us in a Polaris isn't so crazy.
Yeah, it'll be fine. As long as the game lets me load in, it'll be fine.
You still not in?
Oh, every time when I jumped out to switch to the servers, now I'm stuck in an infinite loading screen because you can't Alt F4 without it leaving you stuck to that server. So
I see.
Yep. The entertainment that is server quality.
Well, now we're going to see if missions work. So we were able to do a full leave one shard, transfer to a different shard. We transferred between 2 or 3 different shards and updated the game. And the missions persisted throughout. So that's a good first sign. But now we have to see if the mission works after all that.
Ooh, it did not retain for me. Would you be able to share again when you get a chance?
Will do.
Thank you, sir.
Wrong button. I do like the Starlancer Max as a ship, but a little bit big for what we're doing today. Too big a target. Sharing.
Got it. That was pretty damn quick.
Now, one thing is that we don't have a location name for this, so I'm not sure if something didn't load in, if that's just a glitch with the text, but we will head to the location that we have marked and see if there's anything there.
You have a location marked on your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually might not have a location marked. Might actually not be working.
Yeah, I don't see a marker for it.
Oh, they have a view and contract manager addition, which is nice. But yeah, if I select the... Dang it. Yeah, no, I think this one's bedorked. Alright, so instead I will untrack... Oh, we'll abandon this one. I'm going to fly out your direction. Let's just keep an eye out for a Citizens for Prosperity mission that we can take.
I got a pilot in distress one. Got hauling, salvage. You want me to take the pilot in distress?
We're sorry. You exceeded the allotted time to depart. We will have
Oh, I'm
to
still going to the
location.
sun.
Thank you. And please
Really?
visit again.
Yeah.
After we swapped to this one, I was able to QT the Monarchs instead of the Sun. That's very weird.
Now I got the quantum sound glitch.
Just occurring all the fun back.
Yeah, it wants to put me in the star. Which is not ideal for humans. Okay. Now I'm on my way.
Alright.
And now I'm not.
Oh.
Okay, I'm on my way.
You good? I'm heading to one of Citizens for Prosperity's outposts.
The game won't update on the launcher for you for 4.0? Now that's a weird one. Kettle corn is stupidly yummy. I don't understand it.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Nope.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Stop talking about it. I ain't eat.
Nah, man, it's yummy. I can't stop.
That's crazy.
Do I have a piece of kettle corn in my chin hairs? That's for later. It's my quantum travel snack. Snoo, it's been an incredibly smooth experience for you? That's awesome. That's good times. I would say for the most part it's been smooth. I mean, there are, let's see, yesterday we had a problem with the jump, and then today we had a problem with the quantum travel. But generally, it's been pretty smooth, yeah. Mission didn't work. Definitely things that are easy to overlook, but I think that's just, you know, being used to Star Citizen. You feel kind of bad for getting a friend into SC this week. Everything is all chaos, but she's enjoying it so much she got a bunch of ships. Oh my gosh, you got a friend into Star Citizen this week?
Low-key, I was trying to do the same thing because the night that Pyro dropped, I was like, holy crap, this is running way better than I thought it was.
Guys.
This is amazing. This is great.
My friends.
Listen, it was running well the first few hours of Pyro.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
You know how Star Citizen acts. It wants you to do that so that it can find your friends and go, look at all the ways I can break.
That's fair. That's true. That's true.
Look at all the ships you could buy.
And how's your friend doing, Saf? Yeah, first few hours were running really well. The whole day was running well. It's still running well. It's like there's two different things. There's how many glitches do you run into and how is the stability of the general game. I'd say outside of the logging in issues, the general stability seemed great. Glitches, though. Glitch has been rough. She got a Vulture Reclaimer and Star Lancer. Oh, so she dove all the way in. There was no inching a toe at a time.
She went full send.
Yeah. That was her. I was about to be like, oh man, they started this week. It must have been rough. Maybe they'll take some time and come back later. No, just bought $400 worth of ships.
Clearly spent no time watching your starter's guide to Star Citizen.
Yeah, I said you don't need to buy the ships. Well, if they're looking for an org. Oh, I have been dropped out of Quantum. Was the QT issue Pyro specific? Haven't updated yet, and it's Quantum. I don't know if it's Pyro specific. I haven't had the problem in Stanton, but I've only had the problem twice. When will Hole Munching come into the game for salvage? I mean, like the actual version? The real version? Probably after Maelstrom. Fix the warp to Sunbug by updating your game and then finding a different shard than the one you were in. Your wife got too carried away on the pledge store when she joined. You warned her. It can be fun to buy and acquire ships. The hotfix introduced the QT bug for you and you're in Stanton. It introduced it for me, but I just created a new quantum route in my map and it worked. Oh, she joined you. One of the first things we did, she was our gunner on the Save Stanton event. Very nice. We made it. Okay. Welcome to Monox. Got anything on the scopes for missions?
Nah, I had a pilot in distress, but it
Yeah, I see
didn't
that.
tell me where it was. I can try to take it, but it doesn't give a location.
Nah,
Just
no
looking at
point.
the contract itself.
It's just an asteroid cluster. We want something on Monox itself. Where are you right now?
I am over by Sunset Mesa.
Yeah, we're definitely going to find... Are there people out there?
I saw a couple of ships, but they didn't have people in them yet.
Okay.
But I do see a couple ships on the ground.
Do you want to hop into my ship so you can be on the turret, or you want to stay on your own?
We could keep the A1 for the bombs.
Okay. I don't think that's the outpost proper.
No, it wasn't. It's... My bad, I didn't know that's what you were looking for. Where'd it go?
It's right here. Not necessarily looking for, but I want to see what they have here. Maybe they got some missions we can use.
Question for you. Did your quantum fuel go down when you jumped over here? The reason that I ask is because mine is still showing as full on my screen.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it is full. It's freaking Star Citizen, man.
Engines offline. Shield system online.
Okay.
There's a reclaimer coming towards us. Intergalactic bacon.
Roger that.
Yum.
I'm off the ship, so they probably won't be targeting it over these other ships. But, okay, they're targeting it over these other ships.
Wait, the reclaimer is?
Yeah. It's shooting us from all the way over there. It's got turrets.
Yep, I'm distracting them.
Weird choice for a reclaimer. Okay, I guess I'll get my ship and get out. Took a lot of damage, though. Interesting that they shot the cut. I guess it's because my name was still on it by the time they got here.
Yeah, that'd do it.
So they shot that instead of the Zeus's. You out, Anunzi?
Yep.
Cool.
Looks like they gave up on you at least. Yeah, they were chasing after me.
No, they're coming after me.
Oh, they're back on you? Alright.
But they can't keep up. Wait,
No,
they
no,
are?
no, you're good. You're good. They're after me. They might be turning around towards you now, though, but they're...
It might have been just the turrets were shooting in 2 different directions. Alright. Let's hop over to... Let's see, I just want to try and find a Citizens for Prosperity place where we can check in with them.
Alright.
Yeah, the New Year's plans for anybody who doesn't have New Year's plans. We at the Garden will be doing our own thing, so feel free to come join us. We'll be having drinks, kicking back, telling jokes, just having a good time, celebrating every New Year's that America sees on the lovely night. Little tradition we like to throw.
Good times.
What's our destination?
Arid Beach.
Good pool.
How do you see them rolling the patches out this coming year, Tomato?
I think they'll get back to a reliable 4-quarter system. Yeah. See, it's weird that it marks you as red. Like, what is the design philosophy behind marking ships as red?
Hostile, I guess.
But what makes them hostile? If there's no overarching force that's calling them a criminal.
That's true.
What's the start point? Yeah.
That was me targeting you, sorry.
Okay, let's see who owns this location.
Oh, it should show it when you select it on the map.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Arid Reach. Oh, it didn't. Oh, no, it does. Headhunters.
Oi.
Apparently, you can buy vehicles here, though. Vehicles, weapon, armor, commodity trading, ship weapons, and then a medium landing pad.
I've not been to this location before. Oh, I don't even think I put my shields on. This ship isn't gonna survive another attack though if I'm not in it.
You good? I'm keeping watch.
Maybe.
Yeah, they said. Yeah, carry on.
Oh, I was gonna ask if to see if they did repairs here.
No, it didn't. It didn't say landing services. It just said landing pad.
God, I love this music. So we got a mule doing a headstand out here. Don't think I can turn the music up anymore. No, it's at its max. Once I switch to my other audio solution, I will be able to get my sound overall, I think, louder for you guys. Oh, bye-bye.
What happened?
Goodbye, world.
You just fall through the map.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Rest in peace, big dog. I see you getting further and further away.
Yeah, rip in peace.
Alright.
It's very foggy down here. Nice
Your
clouds.
last station was Danton Gateway, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright.
Hold on, wait. Can I at least see my Moby Glass? Dang it. I wanted to at least see if there were local missions that I missed out on. This goes well with the music. Very ominous. Okay, back to the menu we go. How are they going to generate 3,000 POIs in one planet without this happening? Fix server meshing. I don't think that the problem they're seeing right now has to do with them like stretching themselves thin. That just looks like a systemic issue. Something with Planet Tech, probably. Missions, are they working? Can't confirm yet. What were you going to say, Mav?
Oh, it just seems like the RESTAR overlay that they use for placing the assets seems to argue with the planet terrain a lot. When it, when it sort of does its automatic leveling of the soil. I think you had it when you jumped into the Pyro EPTU there one stream. You basically started disappearing underground as you're walking along. So it must be difficult for them to see where the holes are to fix them or something to that effect.
Yeah, something to fix across the board rather than like a overreaching or overextension.
Yeah, I don't think they give some poor minion the job of going around every single location saying you got to check every square meter and say
you got to seal all of the holes at every outpost or you're fired.
Walking around with like a shovel in his hand, just throwing soil into all the holes.
Nonsense. Shovel's too expensive. We'll just give him duct tape.
We'll give him a beam. There you go, dirt beam. That's the next one.
Any missions? Establishing security. What?
Should leave this hanger.
If you're looking for work in the system then being Pyro, I assume, and would like to help achieve our goal, we are looking for anyone with combat experience to help secure a remote outpost near a cave on Walla.
Wait, you're in Pyro and you got a Stanton mission?
It's not just a Stanton mission. It's a mission from Citizens for Prosperity.
Huh.
They trying to make inroads into Stanton? I feel like that may be a glitch. Let's see.
They copy and paste the information from one to another.
It seems like it just has the wrong words. Let me accept it and see where it takes us.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Sharing it to you guys.
We've just received some exciting new products. Have a look.
It hasn't shared yet.
Sharing again.
No. To be fair, there's a hanger cube symbol in front of it. It's probably blocking it.
Nah, it's not going through.
I
think there is an issue as well with if you have better rep with them than I do, then I don't think that sharing is going through for that situations like that.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Patch notes that they had.
Well, I don't have any rep with them, I don't think.
God damn.
I probably have negative rep now because we keep dropping missions. First haul in system. Pick up from Frigid Knot and take to Pyro 3. Okay, how about we just try this then? You gotta pick up some cargo. Can I share this to you? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. How about we go and take care of that?
Alright.
Simple enough. Do I have a multi-tool? I do not.
28 SCU.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Nope, it says location address again. It doesn't tell us where to go to pick it up at.
Deliver 28 SCU of processed food to Frigid Knot.
Unless we can just pick it up from anywhere.
That would be cool, but I don't think that's the type of mission. Yeah, I've got no objective location for it either. Yeah, so it seems missions still aren't really working. Like you can take them, but the stability in game is rough to the point where you can't reliably follow the mission. Where can you buy a tractor beam in Stanton? Probably right here. This is probably the most reliable place in the whole system. The only place maybe in the whole system that actually sells a full-size tractor beam, so.
The big one, the tractor gun?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good question. I've seen outposts that have the multi-tool, but I haven't seen the tractor gun yet.
Yeah, I'm picking one up right now. Honestly, though, I am burning through money. We're going to have to really get on these money-making events for the org. I know we've got a couple planned already, but with the way the game is running, I don't know how well they're going to run.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very much focused on salvaging since I believe mining was still messed up recently.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of salvage and GII.
I was doing rock mining before I jumped in with you guys, and it's stable enough that you'd be able to be profitable out with a CasaBlack and a rock, just getting gems at, 250,000 per hour kind of income. But
yeah, the orbital stations have them, but they were asking about in Pyro, guys, where to get these tools. In Pyro, there's not really any stores that carry this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, we still have an Intrepid game package giveaway going on this channel. Anybody who's here who hasn't been, you can win a copy of the Intrepid for my birthday. Well, we put it on giveaway for my birthday. Happy birthday to you. It'll be your birthday when you win it. That is going up for giveaway, I think, at the end of next week. But all throughout the week, you can use all the different ways to get in on that giveaway if you'd like. And Twitch people specifically, as you build up points in the chat, you can use those points to get more entries in the giveaway.
Or shoot the tomato.
Saf, you just finished your first mission? How'd you do it?
What witchcraft did you do? Like, who did you sell your firstborn to? Did you buy a store from the pledge store? Like, what did you do to get it done?
Probably bought some ships.
Interesting.
Probably roped another friend in to buy more reclaimers.
You brought a javelin.
I see Zayeth in chat. Stream Santa's here. It is Christmas time. I imagine he's probably busy watching video games more. So we can't haul any goods. We can't run any mercenary missions. Here's a bounty hunter mission for PK Payback.
Why does PK have a bounty?
I don't know. And I imagine this is probably in Stanton too. Why would we be getting a bounty hunter mission in Pyro?
Nerd.
Pose. Oh, Zayeth stream Santa'd.
He did.
That's not why I said stream Santa. Jesus, man. Like the boogeyman, this dude coming out of here, blessing the stream. Thank you, Zayeth. I appreciate you, dude. I hope you're having a good December and a good time. How you feeling about 4.0? Can we get the stream Santas in chat? Anybody who's got that sub? Drop the Santa Mato. He deserves to be seen upon times like this. I can't wait to get the Grunt birthday party thing to pop up every time somebody does something like that.
Hi. Thanks for coming.
The whole idea of getting bounty hunter missions in Pyro is a little bit weird to me.
It is, because how are you going to track that person?
Right. At least right now, yeah. How are you going to track them? But also, who's giving the bounty? I understand if you get the bounty in Stanton and that sends you into Pyro, but getting a bounty in Pyro seems a little... I don't know. I guess you could always get it communicated to you.
Make sure to check them out.
Yeah, there's the Sand Tomato.
In Pyro, I could see it as more of a hit. Like, especially coming from, like, the Pyro groups, like, headhunters are like, hey, I need a hit out on this dude. I'll give you 50K for it.
Yeah, we need some more reasons to actually... Or a way to show that outside of the bounty hunting list.
Welcome. Please visit us again.
Alright, I'm going to grab my MSR and head out your way.
Okay.
Didn't realize I was going to keep streaming.
Place to jump to, but it's keeping aligning me to the sun.
Usually I like to end with the podcast on Saturdays, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit more of a look at 4.0 since it's here. We haven't gotten to play it too much just yet. And it's nice to get a little bit more eyes on this patch. How's it going over the weekend? 4.0, lots of issues just in time for the holidays. Have you hopped into it, Zayth? Got some nice weapons from the NPCs among the nice pay. What mission was it? I think I might have missed that. Definitely could use some more nice weapons. North Rock Group is a private company, UEE Beyond and Wide and Beyond. Are they actually in Pyro? I'm just wondering if that's a glitch or if it's supposed to work like that. Following for 2 years, 6 days, 20 days. 2 years, 6 months, 20 days, and 2 hours. That's a long time.
Hey, Dutch.
Hey there, how you guys doing?
What's up, Dutch?
Well, we're getting there.
It's not how we're doing, it's how Star Citizen is.
It is certainly going.
Always appreciate more of your favorite SC couple. We appreciate more of you. Sorry, guys, I should have muted for that.
Oh, it was actually quite nice to hear.
We appreciate you too, Dutch.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you too.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Let's go to Pyro 2, yeah?
I will make the attempt.
Can I join you guys?
Yeah. You in Pyro?
I am in Pyro and I'm in a loading screen.
Oh, Pyro 2 is where we just were.
Which one is Pyro 2 again?
Where we just were, Monarchs.
Oh, okay.
No missions popping up for you still out there?
Dog, I'm stuck in the middle of space because it won't let me QT to anywhere else but the sun.
Okay. Can I find you by any chance? Maybe I can pick you up. How far away are you from Monarchs?
I'm about 47 gigameters from you. Monarchs, I am...
I can try to pick them up as well. I just need a body and fight out.
Got your reclaimer out, Dutch?
I can if you want to.
No,
right
somebody
now,
was saying in chat you did.
I did earlier until the game did me dirty and we had a full reclaimer and it got destroyed in the hangar.
I see.
That is enough to turn you off.
You want all the tomato attention. That's sorry, that's only reserved for one being. Well, two. There's also Dora. But yeah, you should get in game. Or join us on Discord a little more. In short, if you get either the assistance needed or the kill the king, you can consistently just travel to derelict outposts and the missions will spawn the NPCs if you hit the correct ones. Really? Okay. I'm going to try and pick up Spider and see if we can make that work. You're sick of Titan. The Avenger Titan? Rykop said the moments with the panels were still glorious.
Yes, they were.
Sorry it went the way it did. I look forward to you guys being able to have regular, very prosperous salvage opportunities. That's what makes the money. That's the money maker for GII.
Hmm.
I will be right back, guys.
Yeah, this is not an updated server that we're on.
You're right. Quantum is still absolutely broken.
Yeah, it depends on if you're on a server that's been updated. This one doesn't appear to be.
Could I be going bad logging?
Yeah, it's taking me this long to get back into a server because when I did bed log on a server that was broken, it just tied me to it and it wouldn't let me go.
Damn.
Yeah, that's not the word I used, but it's what I was indicating. At moments like these where I just want Mrs. Tomato to jump in the gaming chair and take over the stream.
No. Whoop! I think I just flew past Spider. You don't have the upgrade to grind right now to upgrade from a Titan? Bro, we will get you a new shit. Like, folks, I know, even if you don't want to play with an org, you can hop in with us for like 2 days and we will get you enough money to upgrade. That's what we're here for.
100%.
Absolutely. Do a bit of salvage with the Dutch or a couple of others.
Exactly. What I cannot wait for, this is a little insight for you. What we're working on right now is GII's ability to facilitate services for folks outside of the org. And eventually we want to be able to contract people to do stuff for the org as well. So find somebody who will do work for us, pay them, and as an ally or even as a part of an org, as a part of GII, we're gonna pay you a pretty penny to ship goods, to protect stuff, to run rescue missions, all that kind of stuff. So being part of an org, from our perspective, is not just about like playing in a group, it's also benefiting from having a group to use your own game focused services. Why can't I move?
The server that you run didn't get the hotfix, so the quantum was absolutely broken.
Yeah, we're on a non-updated server.
I think I have a friend on a updated server.
PK said, spoiler for the meeting there. Yeah.
It's not really PK, come on.
Luckily, that's my only free day when the meeting is.
You usually okay on Sundays, Dutch?
Usually I am, but so I will be in the fireworks in a bunker with 18 tons of powder. Yeah.
Yikes.
And because fireworks cannot be sold on Sundays, that is my free day. Else I am taking up the last 3 days of the year.
Well, Sundays are our usual meeting days, so if it does work out for you, that's good. Yeah, I can't jump to you either, Spider.
Damn, am I stuck in limbo? Alright. Let me see if I
Oh,
can
are
try
you
to
guys
get
getting a server error? Will it get updated?
No, I can't quantum travel to him.
I couldn't either. I'm not even in the party yet. But
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to bedlog and come right back.
If you want to join our Discord, !org will make the link pop up. Fuck, come on. Should have our own GII trauma team. Yeah, I mean, that's... Come to the meeting in a week and a half. I think you will be... You will enjoy what you hear. Can you be contracted medicinal plant cultivator? Actually, we're going to focus quite a bit on that, so you may just want to join in the org. There is a reason we're called the Garden. Yeah, oh, looks like you disappeared. Did you bedlog? Oh, no, you're still out there.
Yeah, bedlog. I'm coming back now.
Okay, then I'll just continue my way to Bloom. By the way, go to Bloom, not Pyro. Not Pyro 2.
Can I get a party and 5 tomato?
Yeah. Yeah, the idea of us doing our own insular org-focused versions of these same services we're talking about, whether it's trauma, whether it's escorts, whether it's even just trading materials. The goal is to create the org that people, god dang it, people know they can do that for and have some level of trust. They're not getting ambushed or something or tricked. But also maintaining an org that's big enough that they will see regular activity from it. So that's one of our next initiatives to work on, because a lot more gameplay that Star Citizen is meant to promise is starting to show itself in some ways. It's now, the challenge is going to be connecting the people to be able to do that together. Maybe if I like turn off the ship and get out of the chair. Blunt, you joined about a month ago and you're very excited. You getting in any events? You join us for any stuff yet? Not professional. The game's been rough today, not gonna lie. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Come on. Come on. What happened? What's going on? What the heck happened? What is happening? Always wanted to be one of the good guys with guns. Yeah, we need a lot of those. That's what people forget about when they think about these types of systems like Pyro. There's a lot of people who want to shoot and kill people, but also like don't want to be bad. Dude, this is so weird. Any requirements to join the Garden? We generally just try not to allow people to like non-consensual PvP, so attacking other people for no reason is really the main thing we... At least not in a way it can be traced back to us. Sorry, y'all. Just trying to troubleshoot this so I can jump. Aye. You joined the Discord already? Just not very familiar with Discord? Oh, we can help you simplify the server as much as you need. A lot of people stick to just one channel on Discord. Some people are just on the supporters chat and just talking with the small group that's in there. Some people are just on a specific game, Satisfactory chat, PAX Day or something like that. Some people stick to just Star Citizen. We can always help you simplify what you need so you get the content you want, but holy crap, what is going on with this system? Yeah, I pretty much got the same problem that you had, Spider.
So let it go, let it QTU to it. Just let it go for like a minute or so, and then after that, then try to resume your jump to Bloom.
Okay.
Tomato, did you send it partying a fight?
Not yet. I'm still trying to jump, sorry.
No worries. Totally understandable.
Alright, I'll just let it go.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
You sure I am not even jumping? Nope.
Damn, that won't even jump you to the to it.
What the heck is going on?
Yeah, it's a rough day.
Yeah, it's the server we're on hasn't had the hotfix applied to it, so fighting against bad code.
We have no time requirement in our org. If you apply and you don't have time, that's okay. Okay. Muting channels and notifications makes Discord a nice little place. Yeah, we tried to make the Discord very modular. We tried to make enough roles on there so that you're getting pinged only for the things you want to be pinged for. We also disabled here and everyone pings. But it's still a pretty complex Discord. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Oh, you can join multiple orgs in Star Citizen. That's not a problem at all. Plenty of people are in a bunch of orgs. Okay, how close am I supposed to get here? Okay, I'm really close to the star, so I'm gonna drop out.
Oh, yeah, that dropped. My bad. I didn't know you were still going.
I'm wondering if he's gonna fly straight into it.
Like, I am going to die.
Yeah, no. Just you could have ended beforehand. My bad.
I'm getting hot. What do I do? Yeah.
It's very bright.
That is still not working live.
Just like he's trying to be school and then not school.
I am at Bloom right now. It did work for me. Just let it go for a bit, and then
he did. He went basically all the way to the sun.
He couldn't have gone much further.
Yeah, I let it go. There we go. Okay, I'm jumping again. Good lord. Yo, Moisty boys, the noodle fans. How y'all doing? Welcome in. Thanks for the raid, dude. Love myself a moist noodle. The moist nudes. What y'all been up to? Playing some Star Citizen today? Having a good time or a frustrating time? What version of this chaos were you guys playing?
Crusader Industries
Who wants some noodles? And are they moist?
Engines on.
Come on, cool it down. Holy crap, I might actually get the jump to work this time. Oh, we're still way far away. Getting destroyed by low frame rates, but other than that, not bad. Honestly, I'd take low frame rates over this. It's taking me like an hour to get across the star system.
Alright, I gotta head up to Obituary to get some fuel.
Oh my god, yes, we're making the jump. Let's go. You been enjoying yourself in 4.0, Noodle? Last flight was like a straight power point. Hell yeah. It's like a smack in the back of the head when it works, huh? Is it trying to jump you to the sun, Harlock? The way I got out of the problem was I let it jump me most of the way there.
Oh god. Oh no.
And
oh,
then
no,
continued
no, no,
afterward.
No, game, please, no. It was about to crown me to the sun, but I'm on the dark side of the planet.
Uh-oh.
I stopped it, but...
Taking you back down to the planet. The game just seems to have issues with your PC after a while, like a memory leak. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, dude. That's what I love to hear. I know a lot of people, yourself included, have been around for a long time waiting for Star Citizen to get more enjoyable. And I'm hoping this is another step in that direction. 99% random. It just sends you off into the abyss. Oh, that's a weird one. It just wants you to send you off into space, get you lost.
Nah, this build ain't it.
Nice for the game to feel like it has some life. Yeah, people are talking and saying things. And things feel scripted. Look at this. Like there's music playing at specific times that feels a lot more like just a lot more purposeful. And AI actually move around. And server errors. Dude, why does this game always do this? I swear to God, I say something positive, it kills me. It drops me through the floor of the planet. I say something negative, it works great. It does cool things. Everything's grand. Do I just need to always be negative, Star Citizen? Is that what you want?
You got a server error?
Are you like you like that? We're in different servers.
You came over towards me, yeah?
Well, his server can be out, but then Shard can still be active, I guess.
Well, I guess maybe we would be on the same server since you're still by Bloom.
Yeah, I'm by Bloom. That's what I was thinking. Like, we should be in the same general area right now.
Maybe I'm in some weird shaped server that just barely sticks out over here. Alright, I am free. I'm gonna jump around to the derelict outpost. Oh, you're on the dark side though, huh?
I am.
I'm gonna see. Okay, I'm gonna find one of them on the light side here. You want to meet me down that way?
Sure.
Okay.
Which one are you thinking about?
Just says derelict outpost.
Oh, okay.
I have nothing out here, so. You can join Later's channels in Discord and leave them as you please, as you feel comfortable. It's all up to you. And if you have any problems with Discord, feel free to message the mods. They can get you settled up.
Alright, it's QT me around the planet. I'm on my way.
Roger that.
Shields on. Shields off. Shields on. Shields off.
Whoops.
Shields on.
Wrong button.
Landing gear down. Landing complete.
Alrighty. So, not sure who's out here. Not sure. No, I mean in terms of NPCs.
I just need to loot them for armor.
Yeah, I don't even know whose outpost this is. Oh, it's a derelict. Never mind. So we can just eliminate who's ever out here.
What you got? Did you see that the freaking Guardian has a weapon rack and a armor locker or inventory locker in the wings?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, amazing.
It's really gonna be a good ship for me until Paladin comes out. I can't wait for that thing.
If it had a turret, it'd be incredible.
Yeah, like a Scorpius.
Okay, I don't think there's anybody here, so you're free to loot. Who knows if there is loot here, though. Feels like I don't find much loot when I come out to these locations.
I just found 2 boxes recently. One of them had some helmets in it. This one has some multi-tools.
Firing.
Somebody's getting.
No, I think Dutch was shooting a turret.
Yep, sorry.
Okay.
Normally they never work. This one worked.
There's also an outpost not too far from here we could drop by there. Not sure who owns that one.
Alright.
God dang this freaking map. Arena's rest. Oh, there's 2 outposts near here. Wonder why such population over here. Golden Riviera, I know, is Citizens of Pyro. Citizens of Prosperity. Citizens, what is it? Citizens for Prosperity?
I believe so.
Of prosperity.
Of Prosperity?
But I could be mistaken as well.
I'm just gonna acronym them, whatever it is. Whether it's CFP or COP. think it's
Citizens for Prosperity.
CFP.
Yeah, I was just Citizens for Prosperity. I just looked at the missions.
Because I'm tired of saying their whole name.
Fair point.
Yeah, I'm not finding too much around these locations. I mean, I know they're mission spots, so like NPCs will be here and stuff, but not really much going on. What I hope they end up... Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say this box over by me has some Dolovine and Aphorite if you want to take that.
Yay. What I hope they do with these locations is they make it so that factions, when they are finally moving around the game, can... I think this is like the system that Bethesda called their... what was it called?
Are you talking about when like
something NPC, something AI?
In Skyrim, where like they would command outposts and like take them over individually or something like that? Radiant AI. Ooh, yeah.
They would just have the NPCs and AI moving around, come across these locations, and if they're free, actually take it over. So that like if we come across it, like I would rather it be AI affects the location and that spawns the mission, rather than we find the mission and then click it and that spawns the AI. Yeah.
I get you.
Pyro 1 looks like a Helldivers level. I haven't really been to Pyro 1 much. Missions aren't really working in Pyro. They're appearing, but we're not having much luck with them. Hurston looks better.
Huh. That's crazy.
Yeah, AI dropships would be really good. It's like reinforcements at these locations would help so much. All right, I'm hopping back on the MSR.
All right, I'm gonna meet you.
You're taking the A1 still?
Nah, it's giving me too much trouble with the jumping.
Okay. Anybody got like a burger or something? Slice of cake.
Just looted.
I've got some hot dogs with me.
I got some crews.
Some kettle corn.
I might need some
I've
food
got
at our next
hot
stop.
dogs and crews if you need it.
Cool. Next time we stop off. Will you get harassed as a new player? Is PvP mandatory? No and no. Well, you might get harassed, but it's not because you're a new player. Like, you might run into somebody who's being a jerk, but generally it doesn't happen very much. PvP is not mandatory, but you can technically PvP just about anywhere.
Landing gear up.
As long as you can, like, fly quickly, though, you should be okay. Alright, let's head over to the other outpost. Always doing Golden Riviera, so not that one. Let's go to Narina's Rest, about 30 clicks in some direction. Where's my compass? Mirai Guardian, how is it? Pretty cool ship. I like it. Sounds like Spider is a real big fan.
I'm liking it. I really like the Paladin, but since the Paladin's not in yet, the Guardian is going to be one of the ships that I use for bounties and stuff like that. Because I'm not really a huge fan of the F8 anymore for some reason. I used to really like it, but at this point I'm just over it.
I don't like they nerfed, or should you call a nerf the quantum on it? The F8 almost has no quantum anymore.
Kind of makes sense for what it is.
Well, it is a heavy fighter, and a lot of heavy fighters have more than that one does.
Shields are up. I'd get in the turret just in case. It's a pretty popular location.
Alright. When you need it, there is some drinks on the kitchen cabinet.
Okay. I have drinks. I need food.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a CFP outpost. Where can I sit down, though?
Wait, Cruise gives you back food.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit. It's been not as much as it used to be.
Depends on which one it is, right? Or do all of them do it?
Oh,
I think all of the cruise ones do. The
Okay.
synergy ones don't give you any food, but the cruise does.
Okay, roger that.
As they say, eating is cheating.
I should actually probably be okay. I'm about to log off anyways. We haven't picked a specific group to side with. I don't even know if, like, in terms of GII, I don't know what Citizens of Prosperity, I don't know what their thing is, so we might not side with either of these groups. But if we had to choose, if we if we had to choose between the Hunters and CFP, it'd probably be CFP. Not that we align with UEE or anything like that, but we also don't really align with hanging up skulls outside of your entrance to your town. Being said, I don't see anybody out here.
Yeah, the lack of NPCs is starting to get disturbing.
Yeah, before it was, these towns were pretty populated before. Oh, are these cooling towers? Holy crap. Dude, we've been looking at the assets for these cooling towers and Whitebox and concepts since 2020. Crazy to actually see them here. But yeah,
so
there's...
stupid question. I know what cooling does, but what do these function for?
What?
Specifically, what do these cooling towers do specifically?
Oh, they cool the ground underneath them. Yeah, the pink code was weird on the screen. You can just rename your folder, yes. But I would rename your PTU folder if you already had it, your ePTU folder. Hey y'all, can I get some rep with you? Like, can you guys let me do something to earn your trust? Besides just standing around? That's the best thing. It's like,
chickens.
like, we're so close to being able to care, but there's still just not really much reason because they don't do anything. Maybe when their mission chains work. At least the server FPS is sitting in the 20s. 540 people on the shard. Server FPS in the 20s. It's not bad. But now they need instructions. Let's go down, buddy. Just join me.
Oh shit.
Oh, these areas are... So, okay, so there are different sized underground areas underneath the outposts. That's good too. So I went into another one and there was just a small room. But it looks like you can come down here and there's likely going to be places to put loot, have little missions, objectives. So this is solid extra space for the outpost itself. Have you guys been to any of the outposts that have caves?
Nah.
Not yet. Not yet.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. They're actually really nice.
Yeah, there's plenty of space down here for additional
I
objectives.
actually use shotgun. That looks neat. These
are massive standalone locations on their own, which is good. Just gotta fill them with something. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you just left me here.
Oh, I thought you were doing some inventory stuff. I sent the elevator back down.
Well, there were a bunch of weapons just laying on the ground. So.
Oh. This is a shop. See, why would I buy this stuff if it's sitting out here and there's nobody here? I'm just gonna take it. It's mine. It's just sitting here. Kind of cool. I could just pick up some food here and eat it real quick. Didn't do anything for me, though. This food has no nutrition. What is this? Karafi cube? Literally gave me nothing.
Oh yeah, I have some food for you.
It's okay. I'm not gonna need it before I log off. But I thought maybe this would at least work. Yeah, they tell you that pyro food just goes right through you, but you don't believe it till you see it.
It wasn't prepared right. You got undercooked food.
I guess so.
I gotta go AFK for a hot second.
Okay. I think you can put the power back on. What happened to the fuse, though? Just put it in your hand. There we go. Okay, so power's off. It's not rotating. Maybe they're not getting communications or whatever. Mission tells you to come out and repair it. Boom, you come out and repair it. They could put these little antennas anywhere. And then just be like, we need you to fix our equipment. And there's your mission. Although the power should be off. And then people can just come out here and steal these fuses. Like, would this create the mission if I took the fuses and turned off the power? Would that create a mission for somebody else to come and turn it back on? Is that exploitation? Yeah, it could give you like ground. You fly in here, you do a couple missions, you run around, you repair stuff. One of the things they tell you to do is they give you a couple boxes with fuses in them. Tell you they need you to repair their wind turbines. Hop in the mule, drive up the slope here, and you've got like a whole nother segment of possible gameplay up the hill.
And you can stay in one location constantly doing small missions like that for a day as opposed to jumping around the place.
Yeah.
Fuel.
All they have to do is start putting some caves in the mountains around here, some ground minables, and then you don't have really much reason to leave this general area for a while. Just need the missions and NPCs, but you can definitely see the potential of these locations much more than the other ones we've had. Oh, and it looks like these turbines are already tied into the power system. Look at that. Everything out here has fuses.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if I take one out, yep, wind turbine turned off. So all this stuff is ready to go. Yeah. I guess this is what would have been included in those repair missions if we'd gotten them. But this is like, you know, there's going to be fuses gone missing, so they've got to find a way to spawn missions for this. And you also got a radio tower up here.
Gives you the impression that they'll probably give us things like wind turbines as part of our base structures as well, which will have the same kind of features that you got to keep on top of.
Yeah, I think so. For power. They're making the wind there. If they want to push multi-crew, they need to invest in PvE. If they want PvP, they need to roll back the flight model. No one is more skill-based at the moment. CIG are annoying. I don't think they're targeting any one type of gameplay. I think they want PvP, PvE, multi-crew, non-multi-crew. I think they're going to target all those types of gameplay. Oh. Oh, I found an NPC. Wow, dude. They got a sniper posted up here. Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Well.
I just watched your marker fall that entire distance. Are you good? Do you need?
Are you still alive?
I am good.
Wow.
I just found a little hole in their floor, I guess. You guys should get that patched up. They have a sniper all the way up at the top of the tower here, though.
Does make you wonder what you've got to do other than killing one of them. Like, if you go and break their equipment, does that eventually affect your reputation with them? You know, if you go in there and steal their fuses and turn off their equipment.
Yeah, and does it matter if you do it within eyesight of them or not?
Yeah, that sort of thing makes a big difference to a game.
They need to perfect both and they're trying to appeal to everyone. I don't think they're trying to appeal to everyone. It's really not that crazy to go from playing in a ship with multiple people to playing in a ship without multiple people. Like, you can't focus on one or the other. You got to make a space sim. You got to make a game that's ready for people to fly in a ship together and not fly in a ship together. That's the whole point. Elevator. Y'all got an elevator that comes up here? Why am I climbing up that? Dude, are you shooting at me? You got a problem with me being here?
He stole his fuse.
It is a nice view out here. Oh, you can turn on and off the radio tower.
Yeah, I think there's something about it that gives reinforcements or something like that.
Whoa. So you got to turn off relays in order to deactivate their radio tower so they can't call in reinforcements, which would mean no more dropships. Wait, okay, there's a lot. That's indicates quite a bit more gameplay at these locations.
Definitely.
It also shows that they've got different relays you have to disable in order for there to not be dropships. So you got a coordinated attack, sneak people in, yeah, hit the 2 radio towers, and then what the? Who's shooting at me? Is that you, Dutch?
I'm not shooting at anybody.
I think that guy that's up there with you is a little aggravated.
Yeah, he is. Oh, this is cool. So there's going to be some decent outpost kind of warfare gameplay that we can do.
Yeah, all the monarchs just spawned in.
Definitely not a 4.0 kind of thing. But I wouldn't be surprised if within the next few updates we were actually getting a good amount of activity from these outposts. Oh, that's good. Just wish it was in 4.0, you know, considering we waited for it for 6 years.
So the shell of the patch is here, but the content in it is a little light.
What happens if I turn this off? This guy's already pissed I'm up here, so that makes sense. This is like a place that normal people aren't allowed to go. But there goes their...
the light went from green to red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just turned off a relay. So now it says... Oh, there's still 2 active relays.
There's one over here by me in this tower that I know of. I don't know. I don't see another tower.
Yeah, I would have expected it to go from 2 to 1, so maybe it didn't track that.
Green light.
I like
tower near either has another green light.
I like the idea of reinforcements at these locations.
Yeah.
This is cool.
Wait, is there an elevator on that thing?
Love the new update. Honestly, not a hater. Just trying to see it objectively. Dude, I get you. I know you're not a hater. I think there's a lot of worry. Some of it might be founded based on just how games are developed in general. I think there's a lot of worry, though, about CIG leaving players behind when it comes to developing gameplay. And, like, it's okay to have those worries.
Yes, there is an elevator.
I'm just trying to reassure people that, like, by making content that appeals to a certain group of people, that doesn't mean you can't also experience it. Making gameplay that requires a group to come and take out this outpost doesn't mean that you as a solo player don't get to benefit from this outpost. And so I think it's okay for them to have certain places where they focus as long as it's supplying the whole game. But that's about it for me today, folks. I just wanted to give you a little bit more eyes on 4.0 and Pyro and how it's going. This playthrough, besides we've had a couple of problems, definitely, but overall, it feels pretty stable. I hope it continues like this. Over 20 on the server, 60 over 30 on the computer. We've got over 500 people in a shard together, so hopefully this continues and the mission stuff gets figured out. But I'm going to get going, folks. I've got to continue to work on some video stuff for y'alls, but I'm going to pass you on. Let's see, is Soul still online? They are not. Okay, I'm going to pass you over to Paul then. You guys go ahead and have a little chat with Paul, Vertigo, and Build and Play. I hope it's a good time. I hope you all enjoyed today and enjoy what you're seeing from 4.0. We'll be covering it again on Monday, as you know. We'll be right back to it, seeing what's going on. Merry Christmas to you all. Have a great week. You're great people. You deserve good things. And therefore, you should treat yourselves well. Go out there, have something yummy and fun, and entertain yourselves. Have a good Saturday. Hug somebody you love. Eat something you love. Do something you love. You know, all the things. And have a good day. I'll see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.